That would be true. Up there? Don't need the mic runners at the beginning, right?
Great. Good morning, everyone. We can go ahead and start making our ways to our seats. Yate Bene. My name is Anacita Agostinas. I am the Tribal Policy Advisor for the Department of Water Resources. And can I ask if anyone does not have a green program or materials, would you mind to raise your hand? We can make sure that we get that materials to you right away. Good. So welcome to day one of our tribal consultation on the Prop 1 water bond. And over the next 2 days, you're going to hear from representatives from the Governor's Office, from Cali, PA, from Natural Resources Agency. And as you can tell by the program, all the various multi-agencies who've come together to put this program on the Proposition 1 water bond funding. We also invited to participation of Oceans Protection Council as well as the Central Valley Flood Protection Board to also make presentations and talk with us all today. What you have in the agendas for the next 2 days is located in your program. And we've developed this program as a handy guide for providing you with the most up-to-date resources on the Proposition 1. Due to time limitations, I have to apologize that we don't have time for individual introductions. So suffice it to say, that's our challenge, to take the opportunity for our individual greetings, our one-on-one meets. Take the time to do that during the break, during the lunch hour, during the afternoon reception. And it's going to be our pleasure to meet each one of you. And as you see, we're going to have our leadership here throughout the day. And if you are looking to meet with anyone individually, please let us know. We have volunteers, and we're here to make those introductions. This is an opportunity to not be shy about that. We're very fortunate to have who we have here today. And so it's not very often that we can have assembled this multitude of people for you. The other thing I would like to say is that the next 2 days will be about numbers, about chapters in the Prop 1, about the tracking down the amount of dollars, the hows and the whens of state government funding and implementing the water bond. I want to start with some other basic numbers. I'm proud to state that we are participating in the first multi-agency tribal consultation on such a grand scale. This is also the very first statewide consultation or meeting on Proposition 1 to any audience. There were over 50 tribal governments represented in our audience today, and we have over 95 tribal participants all total, including our tribal government organizations and other non-governmental organizations. I also want to say that we've also made invitations to some of our federal partners who provide a lot of information for the tribal governments, Bureau of Reclamation, Bureau of Indian Affairs, Indian Health Service, Cal EPA, US EPA, and so I do want to say thank you. Funding in California does not only come from the state for tribes, it also comes in the partnerships we create with our federal partners. And so the invitation to those individuals was by design and by choice so that they can hear what we have to offer in California and see how we can fill those voids and create further partnerships for funding. I'd like to introduce Gita Kapahi for a few administrative items.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. I have just a few housekeeping announcements. My name is Gita Kapai. I'm the tribal liaison for the Water Board. Since we are housed in this building, most importantly, the restrooms are to the left of the main doors, and emergency evacuation procedures. In case of emergency, please look around, identify the 2 exits closest to you, and in the event of a fire alarm, we're required to leave the building and go to Cesar Chavez Park, which is kitty corner to this building. Please obey all traffic signals. Felicia's much better at this than I am. And be careful when crossing the street. I also want to let you know that this meeting is being webcasted and recorded, so please speak into the microphone when asking your questions. We ask that you raise your hand, and we will bring a roving microphone to you. Please note, as Anacita had said, we have a very full agenda, and we ask that questions be asked during designated times only. We understand that you have important business to attend to and ask that you please turn off your phones if possible or put them on silent and take calls outside of the room. We thank you again for being here, and I will turn it back over to Anacita.
At this time, I'd like everyone to stand for an opening prayer and a blessing for our day.
Tumaduck. Good morning, everyone. Tangwang Naang Donna Miranda Begay. My name is Donna Miranda Begay. I want to just say that my tribe is located at the Mount Whitney area, the headwaters, Ottawa, where all the rivers begin. We are by the Kern River and the South Fork where the rivers meet. It's Yahawa Pond, where the water spirits meet. And I come from the village Yidiyanup. That's where the flat water lives. That's where the water runs flat on those granite rocks, and that's what they call Yidiyanup. I'm going to say a prayer in my mom's language, Tubatalabo. We have Bakalanchi, Pakanapul, and Palagaywanap in our tribe. That's our bands. So I'm going to speak in the Pakanapul language. Ma Agish, hello grandfather. Pengu Galuts Asil Tuwu. We say this prayer in a good way. Tuwu Kima Itza Inyana Tu Dudal. We're so happy to see everyone here today. Alsana Amalagich, bless our gathering. Alsana Swaltipal, bless the land and the water. Alsana Agama Moots, bless our elders. Alsana Adibish Tamits, bless our children. Alsana Zang, bless us. Woyhaya Hanil, Witsiamoy, let our people work together. Obanyan Zang Timagich, give us strength and wisdom. Oh Ana Zang, guide us. Alsana Teliwich Pininu Omo Hits, bless the circle that connects us to all creations. Asana Tuwu Tu Tudal, bless this good day. Tuwu Pangatal Tuwu, thank you, the one above, thank you.
Thank you, Donna. It's my honor now to present our Secretary, Natural Resources Agency, Mr. John Laird.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and a pleasure to be here to welcome you to this conference and to thank you for taking the time to do it. I got a kick out of the housekeeping because I've never sat anywhere where somebody said, obey all traffic signals as a housekeeping measure. So I'm glad you've been warned. I'd probably say, obey all traffic laws while you're at it. So it was a good start. You're going to be hearing from many subject matter experts on the water bond from all parts of the Natural Resources Agency and the Environmental Protection Agency. And they're going to go into the specifics in a way that really help you in dealing with just how it operates, where things are available, and what you might need to know to be able to use it for yourself and for your nations. So I think it falls to me at the beginning to not just welcome you, but to do a high-level overview of exactly what brought us to this point. And there are bunches of things. I mean, to begin with, the water system in California was designed as it was needed, just moving through. If we were to look right now and say, design a water system for 38 million people within the boundaries of California, we would never design it the way it exists. But because the 300,000 people that were living in California as Europeans first arrived here, that was sort of the outer limits of what sustainably could be done without massive improvements to the water system. And so as each piece has been added, it sort of overlays. And as we walk in the door dealing with it now, we have to deal with it as it exists. And we have to deal with it in the fact that some of it is very aging infrastructure. that needs to be either replaced or upgraded. The water system was probably designed for 5 or 10 million less people than exist in California. And we're looking at the possibility of 10 million more people in California during the next generation. And so it presents a very daunting challenge to try to address what we need and what we're going to do. Additionally, we have the overlay of accelerating climate change. And the Stanford University, in conjunction with the Woods Institute, did a report 2 or 3 months ago that was completely scientific in nature, plotted on charts by year the changes in many different weather patterns and impacts from the climate in California, and concluded based on the science that we are moving out of one climate in California and moving into a new one, and the new one will be warmer and drier. And if it is warmer and drier, that completely changes all the underlying factors for the water system. We right now are in essentially the driest year in recorded history, recorded since probably Europeans came to California. I suspect there's some people in the room that have recorded history of droughts that were more impactful while their ancestors have been in California. But what it means is that on April 1st, the snowpack of the Sierra, which is the water bank for California, which melts and goes into the rivers and the streams and into the San Joaquin and Sacramento River Delta, that snowpack on April 1st was 6% of normal. There had been a tie of 2 dry years preceding for the lowest snowpack on April 1st, and that was 25% of normal. So we were 1/4 what the worst years were. And at this very moment, we have officially gotten to the point that we are at 0% of normal for the snowpack in the Sierra. And what that means, if you look practically just across California, the 2 years ago, January, CAL FIRE responded to no significant fires in California. A year ago, January, they responded to 473, including 2 very significant ones in Humboldt County, which is arguably the wettest place in California during the winter. We broke the record for consecutive days in the rainy season without rain, well over 50. Broke records in Redding and Sacramento that were set in 1924 and 1884. And there was a time when we thought that the flows were so low through the Delta that we were really threatened in controlling salinity coming in from the San Francisco Bay through the Carquinez Straits and into the Delta. We still have that challenge this year, and even in this morning's paper, there was a description of a temporary rock barrier in the west part of the Delta to try to keep salinity out during these dry times. So the drought is daunting, and to farmers, it is, federal government has a 0% allocation this year to farmers. It was 0% last year. The state has 20% this year. It was 0% last year. And it's just that we have, with our partners in the federal agencies and the state environmental protection agency, we're able to do a more flexible operations plan, and in the few big storms we had, take to the maximum biologically we could take to try to balance it. That drought has put on the radar screen water for California in a way that people are paying attention where they haven't in decades. And a year ago, January, the secretaries of the Environmental Protection Agency, Natural Resources, and Food and Agriculture, we issued a water action plan. It's readable. It's 20 pages. It basically is an all-of-the-above strategy. It says that we need more storage, we need conservation as a way of life, we need water recycling, we need wetlands restoration, operational efficiency, groundwater management, this strategy that is broad to be able to get to a sustainable water future for California. And the water bond that we are here consulting about today was based on that water action plan. It was matching pots of money to the different things that were identified as needs. And it's very different than previous water bonds, which seem to be a collection of earmarks to specific projects. And this one is really by pot, much more competitive, a transparent process on regulations, and a whole different way of trying to take the most meritorious projects and match them to what these needs are broadly in the state. Additionally, even though it's not central to this consultation, the Natural Resources Agency is responsible for adaptation or resilience, where we are trying to figure out, with a changing climate, how we are ready, whether it's wildlife corridors, the power grid, sea level rise, the increased risk of fire, all the different things that matter. And even though they are not central to the water bond, they work hand in hand. The resilience that we need is really consistent with some of the things to be resilient on the issue of water across the state. So I am proud that at the Resources Agency, we were the first agency in this administration to do a tribal consultation policy. Now, in the last administration, the Environmental Protection Agency was essentially the first or the leading one, although the previous administration wouldn't let them ever call it consultation. And that is one of the fundamental changes between administrations. We've done it. It is consultation, which really recognizes the government-to-government relationship that exists. There are many people in the room that I got acquainted with in the first months of the administration, because I really tried. There was a lot of animosity around marine protected areas in the designation, and I facilitated in the first days of the administration negotiations with tribal representatives of tribal governments to be able to figure out a way that tribes' interests were taken into account in the marine protected areas. And it was tough. The negotiations blew up once, and they were tough for me because I didn't have a single person from the Brown administration. I was still negotiating initially with the Schwarzenegger people, so it was doubly difficult. But we got there, and we got there in a way that it's not perfect, but it's working, and it was a signal. It was important to me because whenever you take over an agency, you want to send a signal about what it's going to be like, and that there will be leadership, and that things will be done differently, and that we will be geared to outcomes. And so it was very logical that on my first full day as secretary, that fell into my lap, and we ran with it because I needed to send that signal inside the agency as well as outside. And when I led a delegation to the International Wilderness Conference in Spain a year ago, October, it was largely an indigenous delegation from California, and they explained how this could work given what we have done in California and have other peoples and governments mirror it in different places around the world. So we are never perfect. We are always striving, but this consultation today really is designed to completely open the doors on the water bond in a way that people will understand it, know where to zero in on the regulations, understand what people are looking for within the administration to meet what was required of the water bond. And one of the difficult things that even some of my real good friends that are state legislators don't seem to understand right now is this water bond was approved by the legislature. It was signed by the governor. It was then voted on and passed by over 2/3 of the public. That does not mean we can go back and change it. We can only go back and change it with a majority vote of the legislature, with a signature of the governor, with a vote of the people. So what we're trying to do is, within whatever flexibility was given us in the water bond, try to make it work in the different ways that we know are important. And so that's our task in this consultation. That's why I'm glad people are willing to dedicate so much time to it. And I look forward, on behalf of the Resources Agency, of working together with you over time to just make this all work. So good luck in your conference today. I'm sorry that I have to leave for another hearing, but it was important to me to be here at the beginning and to lead this off. Best wishes for a successful event.
Thank you, Secretary Laird. I'd like to now introduce Mr. Mark Cohen, Director of the Department of Water Resources.
Thank you, Anacita, and thank you all. Good morning. It's my great honor to address this distinguished audience of tribal government leaders today, and I want to thank all the tribal chairs, the tribal councils members, and tribal representatives for your commitment of time over the next couple of days to spend with us and begin the discussion, and hopefully we can start to answer your questions about Proposition 1 and opportunities for tribal governments in the funding provided by Proposition 1. So over the next couple of days, you are going to hear from each of our agencies, commissions, and departments and about how we intend to deliver the Proposition 1 water bond funding. And through the assistance of our Tribal Policy Advisor, Anacita, and our tribal liaisons, we have assembled the best resources to provide you with information about Proposition 1. And hopefully this will include ways for you to track the status of how we are implementing our grant programs as we begin early tribal engagement. Let me just briefly compliment Secretary Laird's remarks. I think it's very important to try to get to the actual information about what's in the water bonds. And frankly, most of the discussions I hear on the street about how the water bond ought to be implemented are really opinions. It ought to be this way, or it should be that way, or there was a commitment that it's going to go this way or that way. The reality is there is very specific language, rules, and regulations, as the Secretary said, about how the programs are to be implemented. Those rules were approved by the legislature, the people of California, and signed by the governor. So while there is some latitude and some policy adjustment that can be made, we got to start from the foundation of what's actually required by the legislation, and information on what that is extremely important and a good way to start the conversation. I'm going to just briefly add to Secretary Laird's remarks. I apologize ahead of time. Have been under the weather and haven't completely got my voice back, but I wanted to be here today to address you all. As you all know, this past year has been very historic for California water. As we enter this fourth year of historic drought, there's no way that we are going to escape without some amount of economic and environmental damage. Our job as state water resources managers are to manage those limited water resources as efficiently and as equitably as we can and limit that damage to the extent we can. But nonetheless, there will be harm and suffering. Our farm communities are suffering. The Central Valley Farm Belt suffers the most right now, but water supplies are growing precarious in the Central Coast as well. And also in a lot of rural, small communities around the state where people depend upon small reservoirs or ever declining groundwater aquifers. As this drought persists, we're going to see more restrictions in water use in cities in California, more emergency response when supplies in small communities start to run dry, more curtailment of surface water supplies for farms, heavier pumping of groundwater, more wells running dry, more fallowed fields, and more harm to fish and wildlife in the warm, slack rivers and streams that are the result of these 4 years of drought. Our best approach for coping is by conserving as mightily as we can and putting the water that we do have to its best and most efficient use across the spectrum of our communities, farms, and environment. And that's going to happen mostly at the local level, where more than 400 public water agencies and dozens of private water companies and thousands of Californians with private wells are finding ways to put their available water supplies to the most efficient use and make the important decisions that have to be made. As this dry year unfolds, the state's going to continue to help threatened communities and invest in water for longer term, more conservation, more recycling, stormwater management, desalinization, surface and groundwater storage, and improved conveyance of water. As Secretary Laird noted, all of these actions are outlined in the Governor's California Water Action Plan. It's a very concise plan. If you want to understand Governor Brown's policy on water, it's a short read, and I recommend it to you all. Managing California's water resources, particularly in light of climate change, requires persistent planning, coordination, and funding. And it's one of the reasons we're here today to engage, collaborate, and communicate at this tribal government consultation on Proposition 1. But no matter how bleak things look in this fourth year of drought, they'd be a whole lot bleaker if voters hadn't approved the $7.6 billion water bond last fall. It was this resounding expression of support for investment of our water system that's given me hope that there really is a great understanding of the importance of water for all of us in California. Our best belief in the way to invest that money is through the multiple tool approach that's described within the policy of integrated water management. You're going to hear more about that today, but it essentially means use all the tools that are available to you, apply them to the right places to achieve local goals. There's no silver bullet is kind of the underlying theme here. So when somebody tells you we just need to build a new dam and things will be okay, don't believe it. We've got to do everything. We've got to increase storage. We've got to use water to the best we can through recycling and better conservation. We've got to make more use of stormwater capture so that we don't have water running down floodways into the ocean. All of these things are within our ability, and it just takes planning and investment. And the passage of Prop 1 for me is a signal that we're ready to continue that investment and make the important investments that will make the next drought, when it rolls around, easier for California to deal with. To that point, I read a lot of newspaper stories about fixing the drought problem or ultimately fixing California's water problems. I want to just say that that's well beyond man's reach. Frankly, that's in God's hands. We can do what we can to manage serious consequences and reduce stress under more extreme circumstances, but we will never drought-proof California. We can only manage as best we can. We can do better. The fact that we're in the fourth year of drought and a relatively small segment of California is really suffering the effects of drought, I think is of great note. We can do more, especially with small communities and underserved communities, to be sure that everybody is more drought tolerant than they are today. But the idea of fixing California's water supply system, I think, just sends out the wrong message. Most of the bond money we have in Proposition 1 will be used to leverage local investment in recycling, restoration, stormwater, flood management, and conservation projects that help make regions across California more self-sufficient. The bond's also going to help us deal with the often intractable issue of storage. Really just how and where we park supplies when we do have the benefit of wet years and storms across the state. The bond contains $2.7 billion to pay for public benefits of water storage. Our California Water Commission is working to develop the regulations for determining how public benefits of that $2.7 billion worth of investment will be defined, and those regulations are scheduled to be completed December 15th, 2016, I believe the date is. Paula Daniels and Paula Landis, our newly appointed executive officer for the Water Commission, are here today, so if you have any specific questions on that subject, which gets a whole lot of attention across the state, please try to corner them as soon as you can. I know that the drought has affected your tribal communities, and through our department's tribal policy advisor and our Great staff at DWR. We provided support to the governor's tribal advisor in hosting monthly tribal drought coordination calls. These calls have been consistent since the governor's proclamation of drought emergency last January, and DWR will continue that commitment and support to tribal governments in California and do whatever we can to ease the conditions of drought. I want to take this time also to thank the Tribal Advisory Committee members in the audience. As a Tribal Advisory Committee member, you have partnered and assisted DWR in planning several major events that have greatly influenced California water policy, and just to name a few of those, of course, your assistance and engagement in California Water Plan 2009 and 2013 updates, your support and advisory role in 2 successful tribal water summits in 2009 and 2013 as well. Your role as trainers and educators in the traditional ecological knowledge workshop held last September, and your partnership and continued commitment have assisted DWR in creating the foundation and the development of tribal engagement. We look forward to your continued advisory capacity as we implement the provisions of the Prop 1 water bond, and personally just want to thank you for your commitment of time to that effort. Subcommittees are being formed now to assist DWR in guiding the development of the programs that we're responsible for funding under Proposition 1. For instance, some of you are already involved in the Tribal Engagement Advisory Group in Integrated Regional Water Management and the California Water Commission Stakeholder Advisory Committee on Storage. I know that sustainable groundwater management is a major concern of tribes. DWR has conducted several workshops statewide, and we are listening to your comments and concerns. We intend to continue the workshops, and we are committed to continued outreach as we develop the guidelines and regulations under the new groundwater legislation, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, which you're going to hear a lot more about in the next 2 days. And as always, if there are other ways that we can engage productively, please let us know. We're always looking to improve the way that we communicate. So now is the time. We've got momentum to tackle some long-standing problems as it pertains to water in California, and I look forward to continued communication and partnership with California's tribal governments. Thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you, Director Cowan. Thank you. I'd like to now introduce Gordon Burns, our Undersecretary for the Cali, PA.
Good morning and welcome to Cali, PA. This is our headquarters building. Cali, PA is an umbrella agency that houses most of the state's major environmental regulators, including the California Air Resources Board, the Department of Pesticide Regulation, CalRecycle, the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment, the Department of Toxic Substances Control, and the state and regional water boards. The State Water Board is the only agency within Cali, PA that's received Prop 1 money. So that's why there's going to be, and there's quite a bit. So a number of state board staff and our chair are going to be here to talk about how they plan to administer that money. I've been asked to give an overview of Prop 1, and I'll do so briefly. It's intended to provide just the big picture, and of course later today and tomorrow we're going to get into much more detail on what the actual pots of money are and how tribes can engage with the state agencies administering them, provide input that we can learn from and that you can learn from about opportunities and how to help the program go successfully. The bond designates several different state agencies and departments to oversee funds and programs. The funds are broken up into about 7 major categories. Those are described on pages 9 to 13 of your brochure that you have here. I'm going to run through them real briefly. There is $520 million administered by the State Board for clean, safe, and reliable drinking water. This includes both drinking water and wastewater projects with an emphasis on disadvantaged communities. There is a little less than $1.5 billion that's assigned out in different pieces to various conservancies, the Wildlife Conservation Board, the Resources Agency, and the Department of Fish and Wildlife. It depends on which piece of that money we're talking about. But this is to protect rivers, lakes, streams, coastal waters, and watersheds. There is $810 million to the Department of Water Resources for regional water programs to improve coordination, regional infrastructure, and resilience. There is, as Director Cohen mentioned, $2.7 billion to the California Water Commission for storage, $725 million to both the State Water Board and the Department of Water Resources for water recycling and desalination, $800 million to the State Water Board for groundwater contamination, both prevention and cleanup, $100 million to the Department of Water Resources for local planning for the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, the new groundwater legislation that was passed last year. Those go to local grants. And then $200 million to the State Water Board for stormwater projects. And lastly, $295 million to the Department of Water Resources for flood management projects with an emphasis on projects that have multiple benefits, like environmental benefits. I'd like to now briefly highlight a few aspects of the funding that goes to the State Water Board. Most of the details, again, are going to be provided later today, so I'm just going to hit a couple highlights here. With respect to the money for drinking water projects, as I mentioned, the emphasis there is on disadvantaged communities. One of the benefits of that money coming to the State Water Board is that last year we moved the drinking water program from the Department of Public Health to the State Board. This funding that we're receiving from Prop 1 can now be combined within this one agency with other money available to the State Board and other programs. And this was part of the whole vision of moving the drinking water program over, was we wanted to be able to look more completely at the needs and the infrastructure of different communities, both their wastewater, their drinking water, and other water quality aspects. So in addition to the Prop 1 money, the board has other programs and other money like the state revolving funds for both drinking water and wastewater to be able to look at what funding is best suited to communities' different needs. With respect to water recycling, Prop 1 provides both the Water Board and the Department of Water Resources with $725 million. At the board, this can be combined with low-interest loans. The board made $800 million available for low-interest loans for recycling projects last year. As a consequence, there's now over $1 billion in funding, partly grants and partly loans for recycling projects. With respect to contamination, there is in the bond $800 million to the State Water Board, referred to as groundwater sustainability funding. But I want to just clarify, because people get a little mixed up about that. The $800 million is for contamination. It's not to be mixed up with the Sustainable Groundwater Management Program. So this is really more about water quality. There is an additional $100 million that is focused on supporting the implementation of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Program, that is water management, water supply. That money is being administered by the Department of Water Resources, and it will be coming out in the form of local planning grants. Before bond dollars from Prop 1 can be dispersed, each agency has to go through a process required by the bond of adopting some guidelines and having a public process to roll out the project, to help applicants understand what's required, et cetera. And I just want to invite you all and emphasize, please, to do participate in this public process. It's very important. It helps us construct programs that are going to really anticipate where there may be problems and avoid them. And it helps us tailor these programs better to the community's needs, to tribes' needs. And it'll help you better understand what the opportunities are and have your input to help ensure that these programs are successful and work for you as well as for other folks. So again, we'll be getting into more details as this program goes on, but in the meantime, I just want to thank you very much for attending this. This is a great turnout. It's an excellent program, and I hope that we learn and you learn as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon, very much. Welcome to some of our new visitors. Did you get a program, green folder? Anybody? Oh, wonderful. Thank you. This time I'd like to introduce Cynthia Gomez, representing the Office of the Governor's Office, the Tribal Advisor.
Hiosne Cynthia Gomez. I'm the Tribal Advisor for the Governor, but I'm also the Executive Secretary for the Native American Heritage Commission, and I think I'm too close to this mic. First of all, I'd like to give recognition to our tribal leadership. If we have any tribal chairs or council members, would you please stand, please? I want to thank you for the time that you are making to be here today, and also for traveling to be here to have your input. And I'd like all folks to see that we do have tribal leadership in the room, and it's been a real pleasure to work with many of you over the years. Thank you. We also have many of our tribal staff members in the room as well, and I thank you also for participating and hope that you'll take back the messages that are here today to your tribal councils. Today is one of the larger consultation sessions that we've had in the state, combining several different agencies so that we can discuss Prop 1. And Prop 1, as you know, is a historic bond because it is the first water bond that mentions tribal sovereignty. And this administration is the first administration to give an order to all of its agencies and departments to work better with our tribal governments in the state of California. And I've been with the state for 30 years, and it has been just historic for me to see this happen. I wasn't sure it was ever going to happen in my lifetime, but I'm really glad that it has, and I'm really glad that we have a lot of state partners on board and wanting to see it happen, and that's what you see here today. You have not only Cali, PA, thank you also for hosting this, members of the California Environmental Protection Agency, but you have the California Water Commission that's here. You have the Department of Fish and Wildlife here, the Department of Water Resources, the State Water Resources Control Board, and you have the agency secretary here for natural resources. That's huge in California. I know it may not sound like it, but it really is. When I first started here with the state, I was lucky if I could get my supervisor to come to one of the events, much less hold a consultation at the highest level under the governor, to be responsible and being receptive to hear what our Native community has to say, particularly about water. Because water, as with every culture that I know, whether it be Indian or non-Indian, is sacred. And to our people, it's very important as Californians that we work together, both local, state, federal, and tribal communities, because we're in this together. We have an emergency. We have 4 years of drought. It's very serious, and we all know it because all of our communities are being impacted one way or another. So I'm pleased that we have so many people in the room, and one of our partners, which I haven't acknowledged, is our federal partners. We have Indian Health Service, who has been a tremendous partner to us who has been a liaison between the tribal governments and the state. Donnie, would you please stand? Donnie Bradford is from the Indian Health Service, and I want to thank you because he's been a representative of one of the few federal agencies that have been on board from the very beginning, goes to every consultation session and provides input to the state of California so that we know which communities have the most critical areas that need to be worked on, both the state, federal, and the tribal communities, bringing them together for funding, and he's let us know which communities are the most impacted, and so that we can divert some of our funds and some of our resources toward those communities. And we have actually funded, and I say this, we as the state, several different agencies have actually funded several different tribal communities to improve their water agencies or the storage, wells, etc. So we're still looking to trying to see how we can best partner and look at those communities within California that we need to pay some attention to as well. So I'm glad you're here. I know we've got a big agenda, so I won't keep you much longer, but I will be around if anyone has anything you'd like to discuss. And again, I want to thank you, and I won't be here at the end of your session, so I wish you a successful consultation session and also a safe way home. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cynthia. I also want to say thank you to our morning speakers. We're going to be doing a transition at this point with our next panel of agencies, and I'm also going to go off script, and I would like to invite for a photo all the tribal chairs, please, and our morning speakers, if we could get a photo of that, if you don't mind. And while that's happening, we can transition to our next panel. Our next panel will be moderated by Kamyar Gudvechi, and during the panel, there'll be a transition break during that time. But if we could go ahead and begin that photo op, we'll probably just go this corner here. So Gordon, Mark, Cynthia, and tribal leaders, please, your chairmen and chairwomen. Yes. Mm-hmm.
While Anacita is coordinating that photo op, I'm going to take this opportunity to introduce myself. My name's Stephanie Lucero. Hopefully you won't hear too much from me. I'm here to help kind of facilitate things. Can you notice I'm a little stressed out, off script? I want to also introduce Dorian Fougere, who, raising his hand over there, let me get out of the way of the photo op for those of you that are not in the photo op. While they're dealing with that, can our first speakers come up for their panel? And once they're done with their photo op, I will go over some specifics because I want to make sure our tribal chairpersons can hear what I'm going to say as well. But during this time, I'm going to remind everyone that we do have refreshments in the back. So for those of you that aren't in the photo op, if you want to take the chance to get some coffee or goodies, please take that opportunity. And before we start, I'm going to go over some of your materials, so make sure you have those handy. Thank you, everybody, for that. Before we start with our morning panel, I did want to just remind folks of a couple things. We mentioned we want to talk to you, and we did ask that we hold questions until designated times. Those times are going to come when we can with the schedule after panels. There will be an opportunity to ask questions of our panelists that are coming up after all of the presentations, which will not be after they're here, but it'll be after the breaks. We have a lot of different agencies. We want you to hear from all of them so you can understand how each of them interact with respect to Proposition 1 and the California Water Action Plan. Now, I know that the California Water Action Plan was mentioned. If you don't already have a copy, it is at the materials desk right outside, so please feel free to grab one of those. If we do not have an opportunity to take your question, we do have comment cards. We will be collecting these throughout the day. And Shariah and Vivian, they're in the back of the room. Can you raise your hands, ladies? And also Tim Nelson will be available to take these cards. If you want to write down questions, we'll be collecting those throughout, and we'll make sure we get whatever questions we hear on this answered at the appropriate times. In addition, after the panels, we will be taking questions as well. I do ask that we not interrupt during any discussions. That goes for speakers and participants as well, so that we can make sure we get through everything. We honor time, which we're actually being really good about honoring time today, so that's great. And also to remember that today and tomorrow we're here to share ideas and get some information, and some of that information we may not agree with. The important thing is to share our ideas and viewpoints and to make sure that we provide input where necessary and acknowledge that everybody has a different perspective, and that's what we're here for, is to get all those various perspectives and understandings. The other thing I wanted to point out to you, because it was mentioned, is you will have an evaluation form at the packet. You will notice on the first page there is an interest sheet for those committees that Mark Cowan mentioned, so that's where you can state your interest. And we have on the back the evaluation form. That was supposed to be 2 pages. So if for some reason you want to do an anonymous evaluation form, we'll have extras available, so you can do that if you want to do it anonymous. So that will be taken care of before tomorrow. The other thing I wanted to point out is you will note that it says at the bottom of the evaluation form, are you interested in a consultation in 6 months' time? And that's because we know we have a very packed agenda today. Today is really about giving you the foundational understanding of Prop 1 and figure out how we can make that work with tribal governments and tribal needs. We know that we're not going to have the amount of dialogue we may want because we're just starting out. You may need time to digest all of this information, speak with your staff, and come back. And so we want to make sure if you're interested in a follow-up consultation or more specific discussions on this, that you have that opportunity. So just remember, this is just the beginning of a longer process. So with that, thank you for bearing with me. One more thing. Page 25 of this lovely Prop 1 book is the contact information for all of the people you will be talking to and for all of the various departments. So again, if you have questions that are more specific, or you don't get your questions answered, or a question comes to you after we've had all this information, you do have that contact information in your materials, and I do urge you to take advantage of that. So I am now going to pass the mic over to Kami Argiveci, and he will introduce the rest of our panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. My name is Kami Argiveci. I work with the Department of Water Resources. I manage statewide integrated water management, and I know and have worked with many of you on the updates of the California water plans. So welcome, and I'm really honored to be at this unprecedented meeting of many state officials and many tribes. I was asked to moderate this panel. I accepted not because this panel needs any moderation. They get along very well. But to have the opportunity to be part of this event. It is truly historic in my mind. You've heard a number of the previous speakers emphasize that. I have been working on the water plan for 15 years now, and where we are now is unimaginable from when we began in 2000. And in large part, it's because of your contribution and your engagement and your advice that we're here. excuse me. So what I'd like to do is do a quick introduction of our panelists. We are going to have a break in the middle of this panel session. So we have 4 of our panelists here and we have 3 more after the break. And we are going to have opportunities for question and answer with the panelists, perhaps before the break, but definitely after the break. So the 4 executives who are on this panel are, excuse me, Chair Felicia Marcus of the State Water Resources Control Board. I know many of you know Felicia, and it's probably fair to say she, of all the panelists, has worked with tribes more than anyone else on the executive panel. Second is Deputy Director Gary Bardini with the Department of Water Resources, and Gary oversees integrated water management at DWR. Our third panelist is Chief Deputy Director Kevin Hunting, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. I've had the opportunity to work with Kevin through the California Biodiversity Council and on the update of the State Wildlife Action Plan. Next, we have Kat Coleman, Executive Director and Deputy Secretary of Oceans and Coastal Policy. And Kat has helped us a lot on including near coastal resources in the California Water Plan. So that is, it used to be just the freshwater plan, but we recognize that water does exchange from the ocean, and so does biota and other constituents. So also, and I'll go ahead and introduce or let you know who the other panelists are. Bill Edgar, President of the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, and Emma Suarez, Vice President of the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, as well as Paula Daniels, who's one of the newest members of the California Water Commission. So what we asked, this is the executive agency panel, and the purpose of this panel is to share the policy and the framework, the program framework for the Governor's Water Action Plan, how it relates to Proposition 1, and how agencies of the executive branch are already working together in a more successful implementation of both the Governor's Plan and Proposition 1. We asked the panelists to address 3 topics. One is, how does their agency or department, what's the role in implementing the Governor's Water Action Plan and Proposition 1? The second is to give you an appreciation of the alignment and coordination that is already occurring amongst them. And then finally, to describe to you how they see tribes engaging and being engaged in the implementation of these important state policies. So with that, I'm going to sit down and invite Felicia.
Good morning. Very, very honored to be here. In particular, both professionally and personally, this work is important. Professionally, obviously the Water Action Plan is at the core of what we are trying to do as an administration, and having worked on water issues over the decades, both at the local level, both as an activist and running a public works department, trying to actually implement some of these plans. I think that sensibility is probably the most important experience that I've had to date, but also working in Northern California and Southern California and looking across the gamut of issues. This is the first administration that has said yes to all of the above, and the first time I've seen in a single document or in a commitment to save drinking water on a par with other water issues. It is the issue that has been left behind for far too long in the state, the situation that we find ourselves in, and you all know this, and many of us have known it, but the state board was able to issue some reports a few years ago that highlighted it, got legislative support for actually passing a human right to water legislation, actually a focus on drinking water, a piece of which was moving the drinking water program to the Water Board, as Undersecretary Burns said, so that you had one agency actually responsible from source to tap, and having that joint responsibility kind of sharpens the mind on even minding the store on preventing contamination of groundwater and cleaning it up, for example, and having an integrated synergistic effect. And so I was very happy to be a part of the administration that actually came together to say, you know what, rather than fighting over pieces of it, as Director Cowan said, or saying it's just one thing, the answer is it is all of the above, in an integrated way and in an intelligent way, to look at our precious water resources and its interconnectedness with people, whether within the ecosystem or within drinking water and public health, as one holistic effort, as something that we all need to be a part of, and that we need to sort of act on all cylinders, using all parts of our brain and our heart and our instinct. And I think that's a very significant paradigm shift, which is really important. I also think the fact that we had a strategy where everyone could see themselves and where it just instinctively made more sense than many of the things that you see happening in state government and legislation, and certainly in bonds, helped to get it passed, helped to get it on the ballot again after it had been bounced a number of times, and actually help the voters see this as a strategy rather than a grab bag or pork barrel or a set of projects that may or may not have benefited people in order to get a vote, to get something on the ballot. I think that was significant as a public policy standpoint, and it pointed the way to saying that we need conservation, we need recycling, we need safe drinking water, we need adequate wastewater, we need to recycle water, we need to capture stormwater, we need to restore the ecosystem ahead of waiting for extinction and having to respond to the Endangered Species Act. If we take these actions together ahead of the curve, we can get multiple benefits. We can do something good for people, the environment, all at the same time, versus the fragmentation that so often has characterized water management. It characterizes the public discourse and the professional efforts, but the real answer is to look at it together more holistically in an integrative way. And it's been fantastic, actually, to be able to work collectively with our colleagues. We've worked on the Water Action Plan together as a whole. We've worked on Bay Delta issues. We've worked on the drought really as an amazingly seamless team. I mean, we probably kicked each other in the shins at least once by mistake, I have to say. We're not perfect. But I think we've done a far better job than I've ever seen, along with our federal partners, having worked very heavily on this in the 90s as part of the US EPA family. I've been very impressed coming back into government service with the level of desire to work together, and really I won't say collegiality in terms of just people being friendly in this administration, but collegiality is a way towards actually accomplishing something, as opposed to the competition or fiefdoms that so often can beset different agencies within any administration, and I'm sure you're no stranger to that as well. So it's really been wonderful. Just to give you a couple of examples, because we were asked to give a couple of examples, on the ecosystem restoration pot of money, which is one of the largest pots of money in the bond, we have been working with, we've been working with everyone, but working with the Department of Fish and Wildlife on a whole host of programs to get ahead of the curve, voluntary programs that Kevin may talk about to try and actually help landowners help fish. And while the headlines are filled with the fish versus farmers meme, it becomes easier to do the simple conflict meme. There actually are farmers, irrigation districts, and others, tribes, who have stepped up in the course of the drought to try and figure out how to help fish collectively. I think of some of the tremendous work that was done around Montague last year, a community that was running out of water, and it took multiple agencies and tribe in particular to step up and say, we'll help make this go. I mean, there are drought angels throughout the state who are unheralded, but who have made a tremendous difference, and we're doing an awful lot of work with the Department of Fish and Wildlife on that. Similarly, in particular, I'll point to a pot of money that we got into the bond that was not without controversy, which was $200 million to actually buy water for fish flows. This is very controversial out in the world because my board actually has the authority under the public trust, our public trust authorities, waste unreasonable use, and other authorities to actually, and all of the Clean Water Act and Porter-Cologne Act, to actually allocate water back to fish. But it is a very laborious process. It takes a long time, very litigious. And we have a pot of money. It sounds like a lot of money, but it's a modest pot of money that can help us get water to fish faster in some places, particularly where you have voluntary cooperation, particularly on those, I'll just pick salmon streams because I know more about salmon than other fish, on those salmon streams where we actually could do something while this administration is still here versus duking it out through the courts for many, many years, which is something we still have to do. And that's something I'm really looking forward to working even more closely with the Department of Fish and Wildlife on, just as we work very closely to get that very important money into the bond. Just to pick another example on groundwater management, we are working very closely with our colleagues at the Department of Water Resources. They are the leads in the groundwater sustainability implementation, as Undersecretary Burns said. And that was heavily negotiated in the legislation, the historic legislation to get groundwater management. But we're working collaboratively with them. Our particular role in that does not kick in until years down the line. We are the 800-pound gorilla in the way the architecture of that law reads. We are the backstop where we step in if local agencies fail to meet certain designated milestones, and where we can implement pumping restrictions and reporting, et cetera. It's a whole range of things that will become important down the line. So we're working very closely, though, to know what's going on in the field, so that when we do have to step in, we're helping people who are asking for our help, but also we're going to be thoughtful and intelligent, using the lightest tool that we need that's going to effectively get to the objective, which is successful local groundwater management. Personally, I said personally, professionally, but personally, I have worked with tribes over the last 2 decades, starting with my time as regional administrator of US EPA. I mean, there we had a mission that I was happy to be a part of, an administration that believed in, which was to make good on the sovereign to sovereign relationship. We had a trust responsibility, and I was happy to be a part of an administration that put our money where our mouth is, but most importantly, put ourselves where our mouth was, and built the National Tribal Operations Committee, the Regional Tribal Operations Committee, as a joint effort, an equal effort of tribes and EPA staff. And I have to say, that is, no disrespect to anyone here, that is the most important work I will ever do. And Kat was there with me doing a lot of it at the time. It was historic and it was really important. But you can just imagine how happy I was to come into a state government where you had an administration that had already, by the time I got here, issued the executive order and the direction to work with our tribal colleagues. That was music to my ears, having worked not just in the Southwest region states that I was responsible with, being a part of the National Tribal Operations Committee. It was not that way in many, many states, and it certainly wasn't that way in California in my day. So it's just a joy to be able to come back in and have been able to work with many of you in this room and many of your colleagues back at home. And unfortunately, since I'm getting old, many of your predecessors and many of your programs were started with our GAP grants, and to the extent you had water quality programs and standards approved, I probably signed them way back when. Finally, personally and professionally, I am delighted to be here at a time when we actually have the resources to be able to help on the ground in more than solidarity and words, so that we will, in the next few years, have a lot of money that we can work with together to actually achieve results on the ground for the people we both serve. And that's not going to be easy. Secretary Laird and Director Cowan talked about the language of the bond doesn't let us do just whatever we want, but there's still a heck of a lot of money there to do some incredibly good things for people. Undersecretary Byrne talked about the numbers, and Leslie Loudon of our staff will talk in detail later on. I was going to go through the numbers, but you've already heard them. But we know there are drinking water, wastewater, recycled water, stormwater, and groundwater contamination needs out there. And we know you have programs. Some of your programs are the most advanced in the state. I'm thinking about some of the recycled water programs that you all are doing. And we want to lend our resources to that. I also want to mention that we have not just the bond resources, but as Undersecretary Burns said, we actually have our ongoing funding programs, our state revolving loan programs, which some of you have taken advantage of. I think of the UROC and the 20-something million loan we were able to give to buy forest land to protect water quality. We are creative. We've got a great team. You'll meet some of them today. We like to give out money. We like to know we're going to get it back. We also have a AAA bond rating, so we're very careful with that, but our folks are very hands-on. For the first tranches of money that are going out, wastewater, drinking water, recycled water, it's just one application form to make it easier for all of you. It's online. You can apply now. You can see the guidance for some of the splits, but our folks take a very custom approach to working with you and helping you through the process, so I encourage you to reach out and talk to them. And that's for all three of those. And then stormwater will come a little bit later, and groundwater contamination monies will come out a little bit later than that because they are brand new programs. But the legislature is contemplating, and they're currently in the final throes of the budget process, just really taking 3 years worth of money and allowing us to be able to use all that money as opposed to parceling it out in small portions. That was a big change in the May revision, and so we are in a position to be able to help you absolutely as much as we can in the short term, which is, I think, going to be very important, because as much as there are $7.5 billion in this bond, it's just a drop in the bucket. You can't get away from water metaphors, can you? It's just a drop in the bucket towards the needs that we all know are out there, but it's still a heck of a lot of money. And if we spend it wisely, we can go back and get more. And so it really is important, not only to the people that we all serve, to try and get these actual things done, and we want them done while we're here. Again, we've got another 3.5 years in this administration, so we're very eager to get as much done on the ground as we can. It's also important to spend it quickly, but spend it wisely on projects that we can show the real benefit to people in order to be able to go back to the voters for more, to show that we can take that much money and spend it wisely. So with that, I'll close and just say we look forward to all the work that we are going to do together with people and for people in communities, and we look forward to your input and suggestions. Please engage in the guidance dialogues, particularly on the stormwater and the groundwater contamination side, since those are not out yet, and continue to engage with us on how we can help you help more people in the wisest way possible. So thank you very much. And a final thank you really to not just the team and the administration, but to the staff that it's a privilege to come in and work with, whether Cynthia or Anasita or Heather Hostler, who's not here, Gita. Having Donna at the State Water Board has really been a gift to discover, who has incredible technical skills that I wish I had, but sort of volunteers her time to also help us on these issues, and the host of other people who really care about these issues, like Cam Yar and others that make it just a pleasure to work here. So here's to some really tough work ahead. It's not going to be easy, but we have a shot at really doing something remarkable, and look forward to doing it with you.
Thank you, Felicia. Gary Bardini, please.
Thank you, Camille. Well, good morning. What I'd like to do is actually try to cover a number of items that were actually asked the panel members, a little bit of the role of the department, the implementation of the action plan of Prop 1. I'd like to go over a little bit more of what we're doing in strengthening regional management and planning, and talk a little bit of just our efforts, again, of strengthening how we actually work with tribal governments. And of course, I think I want to just really note actually the efforts of the team here to put this event on. This is, again, a major milestone, looking at the number of folks out from broad backgrounds across the state actually to come together in this consultation. So I think it's a huge milestone, and I'm going to do my best to try to kick off a little bit. There's going to be a lot of folks within the Department of Water Resources on the agenda. They're going to give you more details and specifics on a number of aspects related to Prop 1, and I'll defer to those folks on the details. But I would like to maybe, before starting on the role, I have had opportunities at different times to to speak, and there was one about 3 years ago in the water plan that I thought actually was a good way to maybe intro a little bit to essentially, I think, really where we're at in California water, and I think a little bit of the event of this assembly today. And so I kind of usually will talk a bit about when I've met my wife, and when I met my wife, I was right out of college, and I was working in the Fresno office. And when I met her, she asked me, what do you do? And I work for the Department of Water Resources. And being the sharp-witted person goes, so what do you have to know working for the Department of Water Resources? Well, water flows downhill. And as time went on, when we were, she would say, hey, you got to get in the office because water's flowing downhill unmanaged. And I think it's the aspects of managing water is really the issue, what we're talking about today. Prop 1 is, I think, an aspect of funding to help further that management of water management. To go further, though, when I met my wife in this, and this is the part, this will be the only second time I've told this story. I told it at the water plan 3 years ago. When I met my wife, who was a teacher, and she worked in a disadvantaged out in Parlier, and she used to drive around in a car with a bunch of water in the trunk of the car, and it'd drive me crazy because it'd hit back and forth, hitting the trunk, and I'm going, what are you doing? And she goes, no, you got to have water in the trunk. And I'm going, really? Well, as I started dating her, I finally went out and visited her family. And her family actually lives out in the Mojave Desert out of China Lake Naval Weapons Center. Her father was a rocket scientist, physicist. And as I went out there, my car actually had a little problems. And all of a sudden, the aspects of having water in the trunk became very apparent to me. And as I basically got and made my way to Ridgecrest, then I was clear to put 2 gallons of water in my trunk of my car on my way back. But it was at that moment where you really realize how important actual water management and water resources is. And you get out, and I think it's really important is that it not only is it just important for life, but it's the societal, it's the environmental, and it's actually what drives the economy of the state. And how we manage that is so important. And so a lot of what's been done here with our agencies related to essentially the Water Action Plan and how we've managed any number of efforts that we're going to talk about, ultimately I want to be able to say is that it's the aspects of it, and the drought today highlights it even more to where we had 2/3 of the voters says Prop 1 is extremely necessary aspects for implementing essentially the continuation of managing water and more importantly, water in the trunk. So with that, let me just talk about the Department of Water Resources. The Department of Water Resources actually serves a number of functions as an agency. We certainly closely work with essentially our colleagues at the State Board. We also are part of the Natural Resources Agency, and of course we have our partners with Fish and Wildlife Service in the aspects of managing to essentially the societal, environmental, and economic activities of resource management. There are a lot of other agencies that are here on the panel, and they all serve roles, and I'll let them defer to it. But at the end of the day, I think the Water Action Plan is really a significant effort where it represents 3 cabinet efforts: Food and Ag, US EPA, and Natural Resources, together with our agencies, came together over the needs of managing water. And I think it's a significant milestone. I can't understate it. Within the department's role, the department serves several functions. One, we manage statewide infrastructure, that which is state to water reliability and flood management in the state. We also serve a significant role in local assistance. The local assistance can be financial assistance, technical assistance, data programs. We also have our role in SGMA with the State Water Resource Control Board. And then, of course, we also have a regulatory role with dam safety. But the last one is a very big one that the department holds very dear, and that's the responsibility under the California Water Plan is the statewide planning itself. And of course, as Camille talked about, we've had our ongoing efforts every 5 years of improving and increasing the scale and scope of the water plan. It's the necessity of managing that water going downhill. And it's not without, as you know, goes through all the way to the upper watersheds, all the way out to the tidal estuaries, and it's a very important resource in the state. Within that aspects of the role, I want to talk a little bit about the aspects of the action plan itself in Prop 1. The first is that one of our big role is, in Action 10 is the financing. Of course, Prop 1 is a major element of that financing. And of course, a lot of the framing is the outcomes. And of course, the California Water Plan and the efforts we had was was used to help inform the process of doing the action plan. And it's a very important overall role, and it's one that we serve in the department with all the state agencies. We have a large state agency steering committee. across a lot of agencies, and Cam York will talk a little bit more about that, but it's an extremely important role we serve. The other role we serve a lot is right now is the implementation of residual risk management towards the drought itself. That's under Action 5, the aspects of water use efficiency and conservation and a way of life, and of course operational efficiency of statewide infrastructure is just a number of roles that the department is playing. In that regard, we have money in conservation planning or conservation grants. We're also looking at aspects of providing work in desalination as part of Prop 1. To go further, we serve a role in the aspects of dealing with the statewide water reliability, heavily tied to the co-equal, number 3 in the action plan, and the aspects of number 6, which is big storage. And we play a number of roles, and the Water Commission has a significant role in that, and I'll defer to them more on that. But nevertheless, that helps in water reliability elements, both at a system-wide scale and at a regional scale. The next grouping is then how we handle actually restoration and the flood management, river management efforts. These are under number 4 under the action plan and 8. They're very closely linked together, and of course they have an aspects that really meet to essentially meeting an environmental stewardship and a safety role, and of course the economy that's tied. And then lastly, is the regional itself. A lot of these efforts we do in the department heavily influence how regional management does. For the last 13 years, the department, starting with Prop 50 and then with 84 and now with Prop 1, continued to strengthen regional water management, incentive money of improving regional planning, continuing how to basically move forward with the diversity of projects that actually meet towards those broad goals I described. Within that, we have money in Prop 1 to continue the IRWM efforts. We also continue to strengthen up our coordination with the board, with how water quality grants are done, under 7 under the action plan. These are very important. And then of course continue to look at other aspects of improving essentially storage within the regional level, and the Groundwater Management Act is a significant change, which we're working very closely in planning assistance right now to local agencies to carry that out under Prop 1. So let's talk a little bit about what I think is happening in the regional alignment and over the years. At the end of the day, the regional IRWM efforts that we've been doing has been really focused on a number of things. One is we're trying to strengthen the state in alignment to local agencies. The other thing we've tried to reinforce is how the local agencies work together, local to local, and bringing all the types of interests in the regional area together over the broad aspects of managing water. We also look to be able to create plans that address that, projects that support those plans, and continue to strengthen that up. And then lastly, we continue to work on how we provide our financial assistance directly with the program. The RWM program is a major element to it. I do want to talk a little bit about the grants itself and the aspects of the continuation of improvement to the program. We recognize there's best management practices, and we continue to strengthen that in the program. Attention to the applicants' capacities, continue to understand that, and we recognize a lot of underserved agencies or areas. Streamlining the process and continue to make improvements, transparency and full documentation. We continue to focus on outcomes, continue on how to essentially do the committed to customer satisfaction, dedication to continuous improvement, good internal controls, and then essentially continue to do explicit and performance measures as we implement this. So as we see it, we continue to mature the program, and we continue to do betterment to the program. As we just did with the drought rounds here, we did a number of improvements along those lines and continue to do so in the implementation. So lastly, let me close with a little bit on our alignment with and continue to strengthen our tribal government consultation efforts and actually involvement in a number of efforts. One is that the tribal governments have been involved in our RWM planning regions. We've seen this both in our North Coast regional partnerships, Lahontan Basins, North Sacramento, both on the Tuolumne and the Stanislaus. These are a number of areas where we've had good involvement. We've had good involvement of the recent IRWM conference that was held in San Diego about 3 weeks ago, and continue to basically be very important in lessons learned and informative to everyone who's presented. I want to acknowledge that there's still hurdles in participations that are still there, and we continue to look to overcome those in our programs. And then lastly, I really want to kick this back over to Camiar a little bit to talk a little bit more, but I can want to acknowledge just the efforts. Mark touched on it in his talk about really how the tribal involvement in the California Water Plan process itself and how important that's been to really actually shape essentially a story, as I describe, of water flowing downhill that essentially really reflects truly all the hands that touch the water as it goes downhill. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kevin, and we look forward to having the conversation. Thank you.
Good morning. Thanks, KMR, for the introduction and for the great remarks from my predecessors. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here this morning. You heard from Secretary Laird and Director Cowan kind of the state of where we are with the drought and water in California. And I'm here today to talk a little bit about the department's role in implementing the Water Action Plan and Proposition 1. But before I do that, I just wanted to reinforce some of the remarks that you heard from Director Cowan and Secretary Laird. And that relates to fish, farming, and domestic water. These are unprecedented times. On the fish and wildlife side, we've had more fish rescues in the last few years than we've had collectively historically since the 1970s drought. So, we're routinely doing 20, 30, 40, 50 rescues in watersheds throughout the state just to salvage some populations of declining fish species so that we can preserve them in our hatcheries until there's years where there's flows adequate to support viable populations. We've also seen, some pretty significant impacts on terrestrial wildlife species. In more than one case, we've had to take the remaining individuals of terrestrial populations into captivity to manage them, much like we do salmon and other fishes, just until we can get, we see some rains and we get our water cycle kind of back better aligned and see more precipitation. So this has been a very challenging time for fish and wildlife, unprecedented challenges. But the good news is we do have Proposition 1 that has a significant amount of funding for fish and wildlife programs. We're a major part of the water bond, $370 million for various programs under the bond. And as Director Cowan pointed out, nothing is going to completely fix the situation out there. But we have some tools because of Proposition 1. We have some tools because of our collaboration with other state agencies, federal agencies, and our tribal partners to manage and mitigate some of these impacts to get through this. It's going to be painful for everybody to get through this drought situation, including fish and wildlife. But again, because of Prop 1 and those partnerships, I think we're better positioned to manage the risk and manage the set of impacts that we're seeing manifested out there in the landscape. So with that, I wanted to just talk a little bit about Department of Fish and Wildlife's organization around the implementation of Prop 1. As many of you know, because you've taken advantage of these programs as tribal members, the department has a series of granting programs for on-the-ground ecosystem restoration and other kinds of restoration activities. Those include our ecological restoration program, interagency ecological program for delta enhancements. More recently, we've received an allotment of cap and trade auction proceeds for various fish and wildlife programs, and then of course Proposition 1. So we've kind of this last year taken the opportunity, given those programs, given the interest in that funding, given the available partnerships, to more or less completely reorganize around that program. We've created a unified watershed granting program that accommodates all of those functions, all of those past grant programs and Proposition 1, so that we can leverage the various parts of those programs and other state and federal programs to get the best possible outcomes on the ground, the best possible outcomes for fish and wildlife under a single kind of roof. So, and Helen Burse, who's the chief of the Watershed Granting Program, will be here this afternoon to kind of give you some more details about how we're doing that, what those various programs do, and how we intend to roll out Proposition 1. So today I'm just really going to kind of talk in general terms about some of the programs we have. Proposition 1 is about implementing the Water Action Plan. And for us, that's a very big deal. The Water Action Plan identifies several key focus areas in which we need to make investments to kind of stem these impacts that we're seeing to fish and wildlife. And I'm just going to talk about a few of those. Excuse me, I'm just getting over a cold. Restoring key mountain meadow habitats. Those wetlands in the forested areas of California are, a critical part of the fish and wildlife picture. Water is a limiting factor everywhere, but especially in the forest communities. They're an area where it can really support fish and wildlife populations better. Mountain meadows throughout the state are generally degraded, and Proposition 1 can really help us kind of get ahead of that and start restoring some of those wetlands. Restoring flows to the San Joaquin River. That's a big one for our department. Getting a healthy and viable salmon population in the San Joaquin and its tributaries is really a key part of what we hope to accomplish. Continue restoration efforts in the Klamath Basin and restoring coastal wetlands. Restoring coastal wetlands is one of the centerpieces of the Water Action Plan. Many of the coastal estuaries and the wetlands associated with those estuaries are currently degraded, and we think with this investment from Prop 1 we can really turn that around, especially in some of the key areas. We're in the process of setting some priorities for those estuary and coastal wetland restoration projects that will primarily be funded under Proposition 1. Eliminating barriers to fish migration. In California, there are miles and miles of habitat for fish that are really unavailable because of a variety of different kinds of barriers. We've worked closely with our partners at Caltrans and other agencies to identify and prioritize those barrier removals and remediation projects, and we want to redouble our investment in that program to really hit the key impediments to opening up miles of salmon and inland fisheries habitat. You heard Felicia mention enhancing water flows, water stream flows. Wildlife Conservation Board received $200 million in the Proposition 1 to finally address those kinds of stream flows that are just kind of critical throughout the state and have become more critical as we work our way through the drought. Felicia mentioned the voluntary programs that we've kind of put in place in the last year or two. And I'm exceptionally proud of those for the same reasons that Felicia was proud of them. It's really heartening to work with the state board and other agencies to efficiently, and when I say efficiently, I mean in state bureaucratic time, it's just unheard of to get some of these programs on the ground and in place in the kind of short order that we've seen with the voluntary programs. So we've implemented voluntary programs in the Scott and Shasta watersheds, and more recently in the Russian River watershed, which has become a real key area for supporting salmon. And it's been wonderful to see the response from private landowners and others in that basin to try to do something in what's turning out to be probably the most critical year for salmon that we've seen maybe ever, but certainly in decades. So it's just great to see those programs up in place. So just a little bit about the numbers. As I mentioned, we have about $370 million allocated to the department for Prop 1. Helen Burse is going to talk about those during her talk this afternoon. $285 million of that is for watershed restoration grant program, which is really a broad category that can capture many of those items that I mentioned under the Water Action Plan. It's a competitive granting program that will be kind of metered out over a 10-year period. Just two things that are really important about that program that I wanted to mention. One is our first year's solicitation is pretty broad and general this coming year for that particular program, because we really want to capture the highest priority projects across the entire state landscape. But as we move through this program, I anticipate that we'll be focusing the solicitation and the granting effort in certain key geographic areas or certain key ecosystems to really highlight where we see the major problems and the major opportunities for addressing those problems. So that means not only us focusing our solicitation in future years, but it means working closely with the variety of boards and commissions and conservancies, both within the Natural Resources Agency family and outside that, to leverage our various pots of funding to really get the most we can out of the funding we have for those areas. So the second piece is about $87 million for Delta water quality. Those are in Delta projects. And for us, we've received money to the cap and trade auction program for the Delta as well. It's really about making those investments on the ground for habitat to support Delta species that's been desperately needed, and now we have a mechanism and some funding to really get some of those priority projects that in many cases are ready to go. In many cases have been ready to go for quite some time, and now we have some funding to implement them. So, we're hoping in fairly short order, just within a few years here, we can really show some progress as far as ecosystem restoration actions in the Delta to support the suite of endangered and threatened species that currently live in the Delta. So our contact information for our granting program is in your program. Again, Helen will be talking this afternoon about the nuts and bolts and kind of details of how to access that funding and our current year solicitation, as well as our other grant funding programs. So again, it's really been my pleasure to be here this morning and address you and get an opportunity to kind of get to know some of you. Thanks again.
Camiar, hold on.
Thank you, Kevin.
So in the interest of our break is scheduled for right now, and I notice a couple people may want to take that break now. Kat's been kind enough to come back after the break, so we're going to take a 15-minute break now. On that clock, that means we will be coming back in here at 11 a.m. The bathrooms are out the door to the left. There's coffee, refreshments, and we'll be back at 11 with the other half of our panel, and then an opportunity for question and answer.
Before I came on it, I see her name's all over. Wonderful. I'm so glad to meet you. Yeah.
Can I have my mic runners to the front? Folks can take their seats. We can get through the panelists and have time for question and answer. Yeah, she'll find me another one. Just a reminder, we will be doing question answer right after this panel. If you have a burning question and you want to make sure it's first in the queue, please make sure to fill out your comment card and just put it in the air, and Vivian or Soraya will come and pick that up, and we'll make sure your question's asked immediately. Another reminder is we will have a discussion period at the end of today when you hear a little bit more of the nuts and bolts that were referred to. So we're doing our best to make sure we have that time. Okay, Kamiar.
So, welcome back. What we're going to do now, we have 4 other executive panelists. I'm just going to do the quick reintroduction. We have Kat Coleman, and she's the Executive Director and the Deputy Secretary for Oceans and Coastal Policy at the Ocean Protection Council. And then we have Paula Daniels, and she's a member of the California Water Commission. And next we have Bill Edgar, who's the President of the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, and Emma Suarez, the Vice President of the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Kat.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. It is such a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure both to be here as having been a former Fed working on tribal issues, and now for the state and seeing how far the state has come in the last, I'm afraid to say, like 30 years. It's nice to see many old friends, and hope to, in the days to come, make some more new friends. I'm sort of the oddball here. I'd say the fish out of water, but it wouldn't be quite apt. I work on ocean issues and coastal issues, and as Kamiar noted, one of the things of most interest to me is that connection between the land and the sea. I specifically work for the Ocean Protection Council, and I'm also then the Deputy Secretary for Ocean and Coastal Policy at the Resource Agency, so I wear 2 different hats and work for John Laird. I also like to introduce some of my staff who will be here today, who would be able to help you with the funding and the details. Amy Vieira, who you will be hearing from later today as well as tomorrow, and she is the Deputy for the Ocean Protection Council. Jen Phillips, who is our new tribal liaison, so please introduce yourself to her. And Nick Satterpour, who is our Sea Grant Fellow, who is responsible for writing much of the writing in our Prop 1 guidelines, so he knows the nuts and bolts since he wrote them. And so please, if you have questions, see Nick. Okay, so who are we at the Ocean Protection Council? We are essentially conveners, we're funders, we're ocean advocates. And we were created in statute to bring together the state agencies to work together to solve California's very complicated ocean management issues. So we work with the regulators, we work with the people who are planners to bring together the pieces that California has to manage our ocean resources in a way that is wise and is resilient. The Ocean Protection Council, as I mentioned, has also been a funder, and two of our biggest accomplishments have been, one has been the Marine Protected Area Monitoring Program. We were a subcomponent of that, working with certainly the department and the Fish and Game Commission. We've been very interested in establishing a baseline monitoring for what is going on out in our ocean, so we can measure that against what happens into the future, and including science and decision making. And by science, I mean all kinds of science, whether it's traditional ecological knowledge or more traditional university kind of science, if you will. We spent about $15 million, I think it's more than that actually, on marine protected area monitoring, and we hope to see some funding for long-term marine monitoring. Those programs, particularly on the North Coast, have been vitally informed by participation by tribal entities and some just incredible work that's going on up there. And I'll just take a little diversion there to say, in the ocean program, we have really come a long way, I think, in the last couple of years, from where John Laird the Secretary talked about how tribes weren't being involved in the Marine Protected Area designation in the way that this administration wanted, the way he wanted it, the way the tribes wanted it. And from there, we've moved to discussions and funding that includes tribes, as well as in a larger discussion that's going on up the West Coast, all the way up through Washington, about how we bring tribes together with government, with state governments, and with federal government to make decisions on ocean policy. So I can just give a shout out for that effort, which is very much in its early days, but we had an extremely successful workshop in Portland earlier this year, and now we're wrestling in a big interagency tribal work group of how we make that into something real and meaningful, to have a place where we as all can come together and talk about meaningful tribal, state, federal policy issues regarding the ocean. The other big investment that we've made as the Ocean Protection Council has been in seafloor mapping, to actually map the bathymetry of our ocean as well as the near coastal waters. And California is one of the first states to get that work done. It's been extremely meaningful, from tsunami run-up maps to sea level rise mapping to the refugio oil spill. All of that information is wrapped into, you go look at Google Earth, that information is embedded, so we're very proud of that work as well. So Proposition 1 allocates $30 million to OPC for a competitive grant program for multi-benefit water quality, water supply, and watershed protection and restoration projects. So that's a mouthful. And we expect to spend that money over the next 3 years at about $10 million a year. Draft guidelines are posted. See Nick if you have questions. We're going to be holding a tribal webinar to walk through our draft guidelines, take input. So a webinar for tribes on the 7th of July from 1 to 2. And then we'll have additionally 3 public meetings and all of that is posted on both our website and the bond website. So our allocation comes out of the part of Prop 1 that talks about multi-benefit ecosystem and watershed protection restoration projects. Obviously, making the connection between water supply and the ocean takes a little bit of work. It isn't as easy as just, say, a drinking water grant or an aquifer. We need to make a link between what is a water supply project and then what are the priorities for the Ocean Protection Council. So our priorities, as we see them, and we have those out for draft comment, are to work on the marine managed areas in the pursuit of a healthy ocean. So a healthy ocean is only a healthy ocean because of its relationship to the coast and to the land. It's interrelated, so projects that make those connections are important kinds of projects to us. More specifically, projects that relate to coastal and ocean water quality impacts, whether that's surface water or groundwater. Marine debris and the protection of our streams and beaches from plastics and marine debris runoff is important, as well as any kind of innovative marine and estuarine fisheries management programs. We work very closely with the Department of Fish and Wildlife and are working with them on how we can do the state can do a good job and a better job on managing our state fisheries. And last of all, of course, climate change, specifically sea level rise. So the difficulty here for the Ocean Protection Council's $30 million is that the projects need to both implement the Water Action Plan and meet these priorities that I've just laid out. So it's going to be, I think, a work in progress. We have set up a process that we allow for a dialogue and some discussion and learning on both sides as we move forward, as well as we're also interested in how our money might supplement other projects. So maybe something that goes with a Department of Fish and Wildlife project. How can we put those together? So I think it's going to be pretty exciting. It's a pleasure to be here. It's exciting to see so many old friends. And I'd just like to again once say, got Amy, Nick, and Jen. And I'll have to excuse myself this afternoon, but I hope I can come by in the late afternoon to say hello again. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Paula.
Aloha kakau. I wanted to say hello to you in the language of my people. I'm a registered Native Hawaiian. We're not a recognized tribe. We've been working on that for a long time. But I wanted to at least greet you with that. And to also acknowledge that it must feel like you're getting talked at quite a bit right now. But I think the goal of this effort is to show you some respect in trying to provide you a lot of information about a very complicated program. So that's at least this part of the day. I would like to offer, however, that we have, if you're interested, and I'll tell you a little bit about our commission to see if you are, but a round table at some point where we can listen to you also. And you know, the tradition of my peoples, when we introduce each other, we learn about each other first. So I would like to know that personally. And I think that it would be a great benefit to the work of the Water Commission. So I'm on the California Water Commission, and I'll tell you a little bit about it first, and then maybe we can find a way to have more of a dialogue another time. I want to offer a round table. We can talk about that later. But the Water Commission is made up of volunteer board members. A number of the ones that you heard from earlier today, the folks who came are full-time. There's other people from the Department of Water Resources who will be talking with you who work full-time, but the Water Commission itself, which is supported by the Department of Water Resources but is not the same, is a part-time, it's a volunteer board. So I have a full-time job in Los Angeles. I came up here to be with you today, and I'm glad to be part of this. But what our responsibilities have varied over time. I used to sit on the California Bay Delta Authority Board. Some of you may have heard of that. My good friend Gary Mulcahy and I met each other back then during the time of the Bay Delta Authority. So during that time, the California Water Commission had different responsibilities than it does now. We're here to talk about Proposition 1. Through Proposition 1, the California Water Commission was given additional responsibilities than what it had before. And the additional responsibilities are to handle the $2.7 billion in storage money that's part of Proposition 1. So we have a bit of a process for that, and by law, so I think that's why there's so much information coming at you right now. Proposition 1 is very complicated, and in order to set the stage for a later discussion, you know, we need to kind of lay out what a lot of it is about. So briefly on our end of things, this commission, which is a 9-member volunteer commission from different parts of the state, will be making the rules along with the support from the staff of the Water Commission, which is not a big staff. Paula Landis is here, who we'll talk to you later. She's the new full-time executive officer, and we have others who are in the audience who are part of the staff, but it's not the same as the Department of Water Resources staff. There's only 6. Oh, we've grown. Staff for the Water Commission, but with that, we have responsibilities in addition to Proposition 1, which relate to the delineation of the groundwater basins and some other things over the State Water Project. But with respect to Prop 1 and the $2.7 billion in storage, we are to be developing the rules for how those grants will be awarded. And we are required to submit the rules no later than December 2016. We are by law not allowed to give out any more money before January of 2017. So it's by law designed to be a long process. So we're in the process right now of making the rules, deciding things, definitions, things like that. One of the things that it's important to know about this is that, and I hope you'll get a copy of this. This is a good handout that explains what we're able to do with the proposition money for storage. We're not meant to fund the entire project that comes forward for storage, whether it be surface storage or groundwater or whatever it is. By law, we will only fund up to half of that. The most that could be funded is half. That doesn't mean half will be funded, but the most that could be funded will be half. And that half can only be public benefits. This is public money. This is the taxpayer money. So it's designed to only fund those parts that will benefit the public. And we have a bit of a description in this document about that, but it's ecosystem improvement, water quality improvement, flood control, emergency response, and recreational benefits, all of which are being defined at the moment. Of the 50% of public benefits, half of that has to go to ecosystem benefits, and then some of the other benefits that we described. So it's a complicated thing to think about. We have the benefit of a stakeholder advisory committee, which started convening recently, and Gary sits on that. They meet monthly, and then we will have some workshops, we hope. Some tribes apparently have already submitted on the informal scoping survey that we did, 3 tribes, but we hope that more will, because part of the goal here is to make sure that we're working with all of you on your projects. We will be offering technical assistance to those of you who are interested in that. And part of what is of great interest to most of the commissioners, and we've talked about it, I've only been to 2 commission meetings so far, but we all are talking about the need to align and integrate projects, to have larger regional projects, to partnering with other projects in the region, and to think about how to make it a project that really comprehensively provides those public benefits that we are seeking to fund. So that's the background on it. If you would like, we would like to offer from a couple of members of the California Water Commission that we hold a roundtable and have a dialogue where we sit and talk and hear from you and learn about you and learn about your interests and your needs and discuss how it might work with what we are doing. We can't hold a meeting of the entire commission because then that would be a formal hearing process and it would look a lot like this. So we're doing this now. But so for a more informal discussion, if you would like, we'll have it another time. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill Edgar.
Thanks very much, Camiar. We appreciate it. For the record, again, my name is Bill Edgar. I'm the president of the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. And with me this morning is our vice president, Emma Suarez, who will also be trying to answer the questions that we've been provided and given this morning. To the tribal leaders and tribal members, I just want to express my appreciation for your taking the time to be at this conference today and tomorrow. It's very important to the state administration that you're here, and we'll do everything we can to assist you in making these very complicated rules and regulations and procedures and guidelines and so on as easy for you as possible. Both Emma and I are aware that we are the only speakers separating you from a lunch break. So I will try to be very brief and efficient. The first question that Camiar asked us to address this morning was, who are we? What do we do? And how do we fit into the big picture? Suffice to say, the Central Valley Flood Protection Board is one of the oldest state agencies that we have. It was first chartered in 1910, and the board's original focus was to keep seasonal floodwaters from inundating agricultural land within the Central Valley. Today, the board has the responsibility of overseeing the management of the State Plan of Flood Control, which consists of floodplains, levees, dams, weirs, other facilities and features of the flood control system. The board exercises its oversight responsibility primarily through its regulatory permitting and enforcement programs. Therefore, all the Prop 1 projects that affect the State Plan of Flood Control will have to be permitted by the board. And we will be doing that in accordance with the requirements and standards prescribed by the Corps of Engineers. So that's how we fit into this. And the board is also charged with managing its own properties that we own and lease, which are quite a few, within the so-called Sacramento-San Joaquin Drainage District. As an aside, I should say that the flood control system, at least from our point of view, has two major problems. One is the system is over 100 years old. It's worn and in disrepair and needs to be rehabilitated. And two, we need to expand the system. After the flood in 1907, the Corps of Engineers estimated that the flow was around 600,000 cubic feet per second coming down out of the watersheds. More recently, the floods of 1986, 1997, in those floods, the Director of Water Resources at that time estimated the flow to be over 1 million. The system was designed for 600,000, and we've experienced over 1 million cubic feet per second. The only reason it wasn't worse than what it was, and there were communities that flooded, the only reason it wasn't worse than what it was are the system of reservoirs that have been built over a period of time. In more recent times, the court, after in 2003, found that the state was liable for a levee failure that flooded the town of Linda, which many of you are familiar with, in a case called Paterno. And the Corps of Engineers was somewhat embarrassed, I think, by the events of Katrina in Louisiana. After that court decision and after the flooding in Louisiana, things began to change. The state adopted legislation in 2006, 2007, increasing funding for levees, requiring that the Department of Water Resources prepare a flood control plan, and directed our board, the Flood Protection Board, to review, modify, and adopt the plan. This was the first time that the board actually was involved in the planning process. And the plan was adopted in June 2012. Emma and I were part of the board that adopted the plan. And we are now working on amendments to the plan for 2017. And frankly, Emma and I don't recall much, if anything, was said in that 2012 plan about tribal consultation. However, that's got to change for 2017. As you know, the new law, AB 52, requires early tribal consultation before the the CEQA process. And we intend to do that during the adoption of our amendments leading up to the final amendments in 2017. The Governor's Water Action Plan calls for the development of programmatic regulatory permitting process to replace the current site-by-site mitigation requirements and to expedite permitting of critical system improvement projects. The Resource Agency is now testing the hypothesis of programmatic permitting rather than site-by-site mitigation in the Yolo bypass at the present time. The board is working on many levels to put this portion of the plan, the Water Action Plan, into action. The board is currently updating its regulations to speed up the processing time and transparency in the permitting process. We're providing a public forum and access by the public to discuss important topics related to floodplain management. We're working with our partners to ensure adequate funding for the operations and maintenance of the existing system. And we're working with the Department of Water Resources and the Corps of Engineers to leverage state and federal funding on major levee improvement projects. And finally, we're working with the natural resource agencies and the Governor's Office of Planning and Research to ensure that the mandates of AB 52, early tribal consultation legislation, are integrated into the board's planning documents and into the planning process for the amendments to the flood plan for 2017. The second question that we were asked to address is where is the overlap or alignment with other agencies on the panel? And I'll be brief here. Suffice to say that the board works in tandem and very closely with the Department of Water Resources and the resource agencies and other local agencies to charge with the day-to-day maintenance and operation of flood control facilities. We work also with our federal partners, the Corps of Engineers and FEMA and others, to do the same thing. This, of course, is being done to ensure that the flood control facilities are operated in accordance with the flood protection plan. The board's also working with the Department of Water Resources to offer public access in an open forum in our bi-monthly meetings to discuss the upcoming 2017 update to the flood plan. These meetings are held across the street at City Hall twice a month, and they're open to the public, and they are all webcast for the public's convenience. Please be assured that the heightened awareness of natural resources and the upcoming guidelines for the implementation of AB 52 should also inform this process. The third and final question that we were asked to address is how do we see the Governor's Water Action Plan affecting the tribes? And frankly, I think I've answered that by saying that our meetings are open. That's one of the things that we do, I think, very well, providing access to the public to these large bureaucracies with all of these programs, Corps of Engineers and Department of Water Resources. We can do that and provide answers to your questions as well as expediting problems that you may have and solving problems early before they become critical. Now, I think at this point, I've made just kind of an outline of remarks. I'll turn it back to Camiar and Emma, who will correct everything I've said. Thank you.
So Emma, would you like to add to Bill's remarks? Thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you very much. Good morning. And I just want to express that I'm very honored to be here today and see some familiar faces and get to meet make new friends. Bill was very thorough, so I won't add anything much except to perhaps to facilitate. There's a lot of information you received today, but your booklet is really a great resource. And if you're curious, our role, which is a small role, and I'm working together with the Department of Water Resources regarding the spending of Proposition 1. On page 13, which is the last chapter, you see it's got just a couple of little lines on flood control. Of course, that was not really the focus of the bond, but it does have some money for flood control. So I would suggest for you to visit page 13. And so you become more familiar with who we are. Our jurisdiction is focused on the Central Valley, so there's some of you outside of the Central Valley who are the flood board. You're more than welcome to come and visit us anytime, but our work really doesn't affect you or vice versa. But for those of you that live and work and are interested and have activities occurring in the Central Valley as defined by statute or for our jurisdiction, or are concerned about the work we're doing, approving projects and permitting in our jurisdictional boundaries. I ask you on page 21, it's Bill's picture and bio and my bio, but more importantly is our web address. So as if you want to become a little more familiar who we are, and I encourage you, as Mr. Edgar did, to follow us so we can begin having discussions regarding the update of the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. Visit our webpage at cvpbca.gov. Anyway, the address is on page 21. And we have Ms. Andrea Buckley, who's from our staff, who's been working on tribal issues for us. She'll be here, I believe, today. So just in case you miss Bill or myself, Andrea, just wave. She's in the back. Make sure you can connect. With that, thank you very much for including us in the panel.
Thank you. So I know we've thrown a lot of information at you, and we want to take time now before the lunch break to give you an opportunity to ask questions, make comments. You can either use those comment cards that are in your packet or be recognized. I'm going to turn it over to Stephanie to manage this part, and I'm going to invite Felicia Marcus, Kevin Hunting, and Gary Bardini back up. I'm going to give up my space, and we're going to add 2 at the end. So thank you very much.
All right, so we have a couple comment cards. What I'm going to do is go comment card room. If you have the mic, please try and limit your questions to 1 or 2 or comments to 1 or 2 so we can get as many people involved. There will be additional time for discussion later today. This is a lot of listening and just kind of hearing what it is, but we want to make sure we answer those questions so we can move forward from this. So the first question was, other than page 8 through 13 of the program, which kind of has a breakdown of where the funding is, will there be a dashboard for Prop 1 funding allocation? And if there is funding allocated to tribes, will that be on it? So it's kind of 2-part. Is there funding allocated specifically to tribes? And will there be a dashboard showing where all of the funding has been allocated? And this is kind of to the whole panel who wants to take that. And any staff personnel in the room that can answer that question? Okay.
On the Resources Agency Bond Accountability website, it lists all the different Prop 1 allocations to the different agencies and what they're designated for. And if they do have draft guidelines, they're all posted there.
Hi. We also have a matrix of funding that's available for drought types of issues that will include Prop 1. And that matrix of funding is on the Office of Emergency Services website.
And then we had a question from the room, actually. Gary Mulcahy, you wanted to ask a question?
They said I could only ask 1 or 2. I had a whole page of them. But the first one I want to ask, I guess, is the most important one, is that it's been mentioned now, the California Water Action Plan in relation to Prop 1. Where specifically in Prop 1 does it say that those funds are to be used to implement the California Water Action Plan? And I would request that everybody that attends this particular consultation be given a copy of the actual Prop 1 language instead of the brochure. The second question I have is, well, go ahead. I guess.
Let me just address that real quickly. If you look under the water code 79712, there's language there that specifically comes from the Prop 1 that says eligible applicants under this division are public agencies, nonprofit organizations, public utilities, federally recognized tribes, state Indian tribes listed on the Native American Heritage Commission's California Tribal Consultation List, and mutual water companies. And there's also additional language. Much of that language, almost verbatim, was provided by tribes.
I don't think that answered the question, because the question is where in the Prop 1 language does it specifically state that Proposition 1 monies are to be used to implement the California Water Action Plan, because that's been mentioned 3 times by 3 different speakers that Prop 1 money and California Water Action Plan are to be implemented based on Proposition 1 funding. And that's my question. I understand what you just said, Cynthia, so I will agree to that.
Right, but the water plan, is an overall policy plan, and the Prop 1 is the funding mechanism that is part of reaching those policy initiatives. And I think each one of these folks can address that, how it fits into their own agency.
I think that's the right answer. I mean, we had the plan, that's how we got the bond on the ballot. Doesn't need to be said. We're just stating the reality that the action plan led to the bond successfully being put on the ballot. There's not language in there. It just, if you notice the topics, they overlap.
Yeah, because I'm curious. The reason why I asked that is because getting the bond on the ballot, one of the things that meant that the bond didn't get on the ballot in the first place was the exclusion of BDCP and the tunnels. But according to the Water Action Plan, what is it, 4?
Yeah, there's more in the Water Action Plan than's in the bond. That's
number
correct.
3, the co-equal goals for the Delta specifically rely on the BDCP implementation.
Right. The plan is broader than the bond.
Okay.
You are correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Remind everybody, let's not talk over each other. I know it's hard because we're trying to talk. I've got a response here, and then I'm going to take a card, and then an additional question if you have it, Gary. Anybody else has questions, raise your hand. I've got you in the queue. Yeah.
Yes, sir, I can answer your question. In Chapter 2, Part E, it says this measure provides funding to implement the 3 objectives of the California Water Action Plan, and then it lists the 3 objectives.
Okay, so I know you have additional questions, Gary, but I want to make sure I get everybody else. So we also had a comment card, and Kevin, do you mind reading the card because it's specific to you?
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you. The commenter noted that I mentioned setting coastal wetland priority areas and key geographic focus areas. How do tribes engage and help setting identify the focal areas? So I think I mentioned this in kind of 2 different parts of my talk, but really the main emphasis of the point I was making is the first year of our allocation of the $285 million is really statewide in scope and is not focused on a particular geographic area or ecological region. But in future years, as we move through this 10-year process of implementing Prop 1 and granting the money out, we will, in conjunction with others that have funding under Prop 1, begin to focus that funding in more narrow areas of the state or ecological regions to address specific problems or specific issues or opportunities that come up. So with every round of that funding, each year that we do it, we have a solicitation. That solicitation is preceded by workshops, public workshops that are used to help gain public comments and ideas on how to best focus those solicitations. So I would say that is an opportunity for you to engage with us on an annual basis when we develop our solicitation to narrow our focus.
All right, we have a question, comment from the room.
Good morning. My name is Bill Golnick. I'm the tribal administrator for Tejon. There are 566 federally recognized tribes. We're 566. We also are a landless tribe. And so while we have concern about the environment in our area, we recognize that we're a bit of an outlier in this process. Having said that, the tribe is very interested in environmental initiatives, and as such, has pursued a gasification pyrolysis process that it believes it can be successful in reducing the amount of things going into solid waste dumps, depositories, and also as a byproduct can generate some water, which obviously is of various interest to us. We pursued that through the Bureau of Indian Affairs last year. It has been reviewed by EPA and by other federal agencies and is credible. The challenge is that we are ineligible for funds because we do not have land. And so the project is being held up on that regard. I recognize that my point is well off the main course of what is here, but I did want to raise that while we have some senior folks in the room that may be able to direct us in that way. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to take one comment and then we'll go to your question. This is a comment. I'm so sorry. Do we want to respond to that question? Comment?
We could. I just thought we would brainstorm it at a break to understand more of the details, because it wouldn't be a classic Safe Drinking Water Act system, because our money goes to public water supply systems and my guess is that's very expensive water as a byproduct. So I just wanted to find a way to figure out how to connect so we can figure out who can connect probably in other programs.
It's expensive in a balanced way in that it is using municipal solid waste.
Right.
So there is not a big mountain that's created, and instead that is broken down into its basic components, including water.
Right. So these bond funds would not be available for that, even though we have a lot of safe drinking water funds. So that's why I just figure I'll try and figure out what agencies to connect you with that might know.
Thank you very much.
It'd be more technology and the waste side of things.
We're going to be putting this on the board as a brainstorm opportunity. So if we can't get to it in the afternoon in more detail, we'll respond later. So the comment I've got is a 6-month follow-up with tribes will be after programs have been developed. This would be informational, as today was not consultation, it's information sharing. Consultation should happen before programs are developed to guide the development of programs and guidelines early with tribal council members and their staff, with prior distribution of the decisions to be made or documents to be advised on. Highest level staff and governor's office representatives must also be present. So this is a comment I have heard from others as well, so we're going to put this in the documents that this is a lot more listening session. We do acknowledge that. We know it's a lot of information to you guys. And so the comment is basically a 6 months consultation, as we suggested, may be too late. So maybe we need to look at more individualized or earlier consultation. And I know, Paula, you mentioned some roundtable discussions moving forward. Are there any other responses that we might have from the panel? Kat?
I would like to, it was in my notes and I forgot to say it, to offer consultation on our guidelines to any tribe that is interested in doing that, specifically just with the Ocean Protection Council.
And I'm going to point out at the back, or part of your program, there is a deadline of where we have guidelines up and running. That would be a good place to look of where there's some opportunities for specific agencies you might want to speak with in advance. Anacita.
If I could just make a comment on that. I appreciate that comment in its entirety, and I fully understand that. As the one of the architects here with my fellow tribal liaisons, what we've attempted to do, and although we call it consultation, if we did not call this consultation with tribal governments, you would not have had the level of participation we've had here from our state agencies. Also, by keeping this exclusive in itself, it allows us to respectfully decline RSVPs from others who wanted to be participating here. This is very much designed for tribal governments. It's the first stage of consultation process. To begin Prop 1 understanding, we had to outline it in the broadest, most efficient way possible, which is offering 2 days. We're beginning here at the highest level. We're offering comments throughout the days. Tomorrow you're going to hear specifically by chapters from the program managers. The invitations that were sent out to your tribal governments laid out, please come with your appropriate program staff. So your staff will also be talking to our staff tomorrow. And we're hoping that that will begin that process. Obviously, with Ms. Large, the challenge of California's tribal governments to sit down with each individual tribe at the very beginning was a difficult process. This will allow you, through the next 2 days, to know which agency, which chapter, which individual, which liaison can best bring us to those next steps. This is not just the only consultation you'll see from all of us here. A lot of will web out, and you will have roundtables, we'll have further discussions. The 6 months option was another opportunity to have a large congregation. It did not negate further one-on-one, so thank you. I'm sorry to take up so much time.
Yeah, that's a good clarification. Thank you. So we have our patient in the room. Your question?
I'm Jason Camp, Tippo for United Auburn Indian Community. My question was, all the concerns expressed here aren't really that many, and I hope you guys don't take that as the full consultation of today. Also, would you guys mind writing some signage or in your invites of explaining that at some point this will be a meaningful consultation, and that and that we can take that seriously at some point, because today really is informational.
So clarity that we will be information sharing with the expectation that meaningful consultation will need to follow. Is that a?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to take a card, and then I've got 2, 3, and I know Gary's still waiting in the room. Okay, the question on the comment card is, in August 2014, Kashaya declared a drought emergency based on public health, not economic reasons. Since then, the tribe has been seeking emergency funding to increase its limited storage capacity and capture usable water from its water treatment system. The tribe can only store 5,000 gallons of raw water and 1 drinking water source. As well, we need assistance to effectively monitor water levels at our current water source and other potential drinking water sources. This is more of a comment, but do we have some suggestions for this tribe from the panel?
Happy to follow up and try and meet for us, but I think some of it would be us and some of it is probably DWR.
So follow up with state water boards.
Gita, and Gita will make sure that we pull the people together who can answer questions about what's possible and see if we can actually assist.
Right, and I think just to reinforce what Felicia's saying is there's been an ongoing effort with the Drought Task Force with the Governor's Office and the Office of Emergency Services, so generally those are maybe some opportunities for programs to assist.
Okay. So, and I apologize. Okay, here we go. Our comment from the room.
Yeah, Dave Harvey with RCAC. I've worked with the Irwims, with the tribes, trying to get them through the process. And it was mentioned earlier about hurdles. And some of the hurdles I've encountered are slow payment on invoices that make it virtually impossible for a tribe to support a project when it takes 4 to 6 months to get money paid on a work as it's going forward. The other piece is CEQA. A number of tribes that we've approached have worthy projects but don't want to use the CEQA process, prefer to use the NEPA process. Will they be required to use the CEQA process, or will there be some sort of reciprocity for NEPA?
Okay. Is there a response from the panel?
Yeah, so I think some of the comments related to essentially really what has been is, we've heard this in the integrated water management strategic planning effort about where we have certain agencies that basically kind of lack the financial ability to front dollars into the process. And so we're looking or examining, can we actually do aspects of some advances in the process to deal with some of the invoicing problems. So it's something we're looking at in the program. The second question, I think, was more related towards CEQA and how we get projects to readiness sooner. And that's a big thorny issue that we continue to look at. I think one of the things we'd like to do as much as get through the regional planning efforts, the more we can get essentially the regulatory community more in the process earlier, we think can help facilitate some of those issues.
You have any other follow-up on? Okay. and take a comment from
Yeah,
the card, and then I have one in the room.
I'll do a little follow-up,
Oh,
if
yeah.
I may, and I'm no expert on AB 52, but I think my understanding, one of the reasons why tribes preferred NEPA was because there was a formal consultation process outlined through the federal Environmental Policy Act, which didn't exist under the state equivalent. And my understanding that has changed with passage of AB 52, and it requires a formal consultation prior to the release of a draft environmental document. And perhaps with that change, and guidelines are just being developed, it goes into implementation, I believe, next year, but guidelines are being developed this year. I believe that with that change, perhaps some of the NEPA CEQA concerns might be addressed. It might not be fully addressed, but at least I believe that was one issue. And maybe somebody with more expertise might be able to add.
OPR, the Governor's Office of Planning and Research, has drafted some preliminary guidelines, and they're on their website, and they're asking for input. So I would really recommend that you go to their website, take a look at those technical guidance, and make input to the Office of Planning and Research. Their guidance is actually supposed to be out July of 2016, which is actually a year too late, and that's why they wanted to have preliminary guidelines. And so those are on the website, and you can comment on them. They're available.
Yes, if I could just address the CEQA question. It's that in itself, tomorrow we will have our IRWM group speaking under Chapter 7. And also, in terms of CEQA, it is a concern that DWR has looked at. Prop 1, with the new language allowing for tribes to be eligible applicants, still does not satisfy one of the major hurdles that we know about, which is the water code itself, which also is one of the funding problems that you've experienced under Prop 84 funds. Those Prop 84 funds now are integrated into the Prop 1. What we're doing with these guidelines and through the consultation in the next few days and to come is how to then to create the language to make that marriage work for tribes. It's state funds. So we're going to have to deal with the CEQA issue. What tribes have done to be successful with grant funding is that they've been able to work with their federal partners. We've had some successful grants come through where BIA has assisted with advanced planning monies, and other nonprofits. The RCAC is here. They've been very great partners to assist tribes to do that. It's a challenge for tribes. But you're not going to find all the answers based on one state agencies when it comes to these tribal issues, because tribes have a very special status as sovereign nations. You're not always thought of when these legislation is being written out. And so that's the issue. And our job now is to try to make those hurdles smaller and less arduous for tribes. So we're doing our best. We hear that process, and we can talk more about that. There's some tribes in the audience who have done some successful grants with that same CEQA issue. We're trying to put together through the work group a guideline fact sheet that we're going to send to the counties, and we want to share that with the counties, so when these counties work with tribes and we're looking for sub-grantees, that it'll be easier for tribes.
I've got a question. I've got 3 questions in the room, and then we'll get to the comment.
I got a comment. My name is Javier Silva. I'm the environmental director for the Sherwood Valley Band of Pomo. I just wanted to express, I want to thank you guys for the information. However, when we first were notified about this meeting, it was an informational meeting only in the letter. And so I was sent here by my tribe as such. And so I cannot consider this consultation. I see it on the boards. And so I just wanted to put that on record that the Sherwood Valley Band of Pomo doesn't consider this consultation. But thank you.
And we have another comment. We're going to pass the mic over.
Charles Wood from Chimaway Valley Indian Reservation. I was born 50 miles north of here, grew up 100 miles south of here. So I'm really aware of the lush green agricultural Central Valley. It's ironic now that I'm the chairman of the Chimaway, who are in the far eastern boundaries of the Mojave Desert. we're along the Colorado River. So it's kind of ironic to me today that I have a prescribed amount of 3.5 billion gallons of water that I can't do anything with. So I'm kind of being directed toward Ms. Marcus, I guess, to have a conversation later. But maybe I should be on the additional items board there, because we're in the exact opposite position of a lot of the Northern California tribes and of all of the farmers, because I have all of this excess water that because of the river laws, I can't sell to anybody. And so we have an economic resource that's literally flowing past me every day. So if I could have a conversation maybe with you, Ms. Marcus, later.
No, we'll talk later. Colorado is fairly complicated because you have the law of the river because it's multi-state and tribal, and then we have our water rights law overlay. So I'd be interested in hearing if there's anything that we can do at all. But I'm happy to talk about it. I want to learn about it, so that's cool.
Is it Gary? Because he has been patiently waiting for his follow-up, and then I have you in the back there.
Back to the increased flood protection, there's a section in there that's streamline and consolidate the permitting. It's what you talked about. And that permitting is to force federal, state, and local permitting and flood management agencies to develop programmatic regulatory permitting processes to replace site by site. Now, specifically, what does that mean? Because when we talk about flood protection, you're also going to include storage in there, whether it's surface storage, water infrastructure, those type of things. Does that permitting you're considering consolidating apply to permits for facilities to be built, permits for water rights to be allocated for surface storage facilities? What is the encompassing part that this consolidation of permitting will it affect? How many aspects of our water policy, Prop 1 chapters, is it going to overlap if that gets accomplished? And in conjunction with that, and when those permittings, if it does have any allocation for water rights, to allow the building of specific facilities, expansion of facilities or whatever for surface storage, is it going to take into consideration tribal water rights?
I can take a stab at that, and then maybe Emma can comment on that also. The idea with multi-jurisdictional permitting as opposed to site-by-site mitigation is that when we looked at the Central Valley and the flood control system, we had a number of agencies which were effectively operating in silos, and we took an example like the Yolo bypass. We have a number of agencies doing their own particular things of either ecosystem restoration, flood management, floodwater conveyance. There's some water supply concerns in there also. And all of those different objectives and all those different values needed to be looked at as holistically. And what we're trying to do is look at geographical areas in the flood control system in which multiple agencies are engaging in different activities, and we want to see how they can fit together. Now, the question of permitting, whatever we come up with in the amendments to our 2017 plan, will be a list of specific projects. We're going to expand the Fremont Weir. We're going to enlarge the Yolo bypass. We're going to do this. We're going to do that, whatever it is. And there will be a list of specific projects in that area. And the question is there a way that we can take all of those projects, that box of projects, and have one permitting process instead of multiple permitting processes? That's an issue that's on the table and we're looking at. I'm not sure it can be resolved. It's very complex, but that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to look at specific geographical areas in the state plan of flood control look at the activities, and rather than handling them seriatim, we want to handle them together. That's the idea.
Yeah, and on water rights, I'm not sure I fully understand the question. The water rights rules would apply the same way. The bond wouldn't trump anything in regular water rights law. And we do recognize tribal water rights that are under the Winters Doctrine, but I know there are lively discussions that we've had about water rights. So we can just implement the law as it is, and if there's a question on a project, happy to connect you with our water rights folks in terms of what we can do as opposed to what's outside our authority to do.
All right, we have 4 questions on the queue. We're going to try and get through those and then see if we have time. Then we will hold any other questions for this afternoon. Back of the room.
My name is Craig Tucker, and I'm the Natural Resources Policy Advocate for the Karuk tribe on the Klamath River. I do appreciate the effort that this administration has made in improving the government-to-government relationship between the state and tribes. I mean, it's very commendable what the governor did with this proclamation, and staff folks with various agencies have, I think, worked hard to have a more meaningful relationship with tribes. But I'll have to agree with Javier here from Round Valley, or from Sherwood Valley, that this is a great meeting. We appreciate it, and the information's needed. But it's not what we would consider consultation, and I think most of the tribes in the room would echo that it's not really a consultation meeting. This is informative and useful information, but consultation is something different. And so I would encourage, I think one of the speakers suggested some sort of round table to have that kind of conversation about what consultation would look like for us. And so I encourage you to do that. Specifically, I want to talk about SGMA. One of the things that we need is a very clear mechanism for tribes to be involved in these groundwater management entities that form to put together groundwater management plans. And so if you're in a groundwater basin, there's actually some opportunities, and there's language in there that if a tribe is part of a JPA or has some kind of an agreement with the entity, that they can participate in the groundwater management entity. But for Karuk and for a lot of other tribes, we are downstream of the managed groundwater basins, but how the groundwater is managed in that basins affects tribal trust resources. So for example, whether or not the fish that the Karuk tribe depend on survive in Scott Valley will depend on how groundwater is managed in Scott Valley. But I think the way SGMA is currently put together, we would be precluded from actively participating in the management of groundwater in Scott Valley. And it's unclear to me that if whether DWR could, by a policy decision, change the way that operates, or there needs to be a legislative fix in some of these bills that are now pending in the legislature to clarify the way these groundwater management entities would have to interact with tribes. But we would assert that anytime a tribal trust resource may be affected by groundwater management, the tribes whose resources may be affected have to be invited to participate in the process. And so I think that's something we would really like to work with DWR on improving.
First, I want to say thank you for your kind words. I think there's been a lot of improvement with this administration and this governor. Let me clarify something. There is a lot of information that's being shared today, and a lot of it is, discussion today was a lot of information, and you could call it informational, but we need the information before you can actually make comment on what it is that you need from your community. So you have to start there by getting the information so you know what to comment on. The second thing is that there's going to be different chapters, and Prop 1 is very complex. You have the state of California that has all of these different departments, agencies, and commissions that all have unique and specific areas that they have to administer. So there isn't one agency that's overlooking all Prop 1. So what we wanted to do today was to get all of these agencies together so that they could give the information of what their portion of Prop 1 is going to be, so that you can understand who you should be talking to for further consultation. Consultation isn't going to, this isn't the only consultation that's going to happen. I think what's going to happen is that you're going to find that there's going to be certain areas that you want to take back to your tribal councils so that you can decide if you need further consultation with the different departments and agencies. And that's what this is the start of that discussion. So we can have a lot of time that says, no, this is not consultation, and maybe it isn't for your tribe. But there are some tribes here that do see it as consultation and the beginning of consultation. So I appreciate your comments about it not being consultation, but I've been doing this for a long time. And if you don't start with the information, then consultation isn't going to be meaningful. And this is the way to start that process, to know who you need to consult with. So although I appreciate all your comments, I hope that you'll take advantage of this opportunity to understand who it is that you need to continue that conversation with. Thank you.
Thank you. On that, if you feel the need to put on record that this is not consultation for your tribe so that we can have questions and clarifications, put it on the comment card. Grace Person, raise your head, please. She's doing the notes for this. She will put it on record. You can verify that it was documented, and that way we can continue with the discussions. I've got questions ahead of you, Paula. Over here.
Earlier, my name is Nina Hapner. I'm the Director of Environmental Planning from Kashaya, with the one with the comment, and I will be following up with some of you. We have been, we've been working on it, but we just need some additional assistance. But my questions are, earlier in the morning, there has been a lot of information, and so it's been difficult to capture some of it. So I hope that she's taking good notes over there. But there were things brought up dealing with Prop 1 and what the intents are, recycling water and such as that. And we know that we have there are other countries that dealt with huge drought issues. Australia had a 9-year drought, and they made really significant changes domestically. And that was mentioned a lot today, domestically, earlier, that's where they're really focusing, where people can conserve water. And so questions come to me that when we look at domestic, is there any push being made with housing authorities, tribal and non-tribal, to really look at, for homes that are already built and homes being built, to put in gray water systems? Because that's a water source there. When we make declarations about reducing water because we have an emergency, we want you to reduce, people like where we're at in really remote areas, we're basically in food deserts. So they're asking, how am I going to water my garden? Because my car doesn't work, and I don't know if I'm going to make it to the store that's 65 miles away. So for us, we have houses already built, but is Indian Health Service working with HUD to maybe look at putting those systems, and I'm looking at Don over there, to maybe put those systems or work with our housing authorities to do that? That's one question. And I think that for those of us who have tribes that have tribal authorities that are off reservation and within the cities, looking at working with those, because that's domestic. That's looking at conserving water. We already have the big push to remove landscapes. But I think that for people who grow gardens, because it's essential as a subsistence food source for them, that needs to be considered. And that maybe that's falling under recycling water. I don't know. It wasn't clear. The second thing is that we hear a lot with farmers, like farmers aren't reducing this, farmers aren't reducing that. And I think that there's always going to be some controversy, and we know that in some cases farmers are really working to try and conserve water. They recognize they need to grow food. But there are I wonder if there's been discussions with that on better ways to improve soil resiliency. And I ask this because we know that, and I'm not plugging for organic or non-organic, but farms that tend to really work, or farmers who tend to work at really amending their soils to make them more resilient and to make them more spongy, those plants grown in those soils are much more resilient to drought than other. And I think about this as we are in Sonoma County, where Kashaya is, that we have vineyards and stuff around us that completely strip the ground around their vines because that's the way to do it and not to get mold. But I've also sat in meetings and trainings with NRCS, the Natural Resource Conservation Service, trying to train farmers to do the no-till drill stuff. And so I'm wondering with this push, because it is about water and it's about protecting your soil, and we're not going to have water and retention of that if you don't look at what you walk on to really support it, if this is part of the focus as well with Prop 1.
I can take a stab at it, but I got my gray water expert over there. It's not necessarily the focus of Prop 1, but it is a focus. There's a whole Healthy Soils initiative that the administration is trying to pull together. I'm less involved in the details, but it's basically on creating healthy soils for all the reasons and more that you mentioned. And so there is an active effort going on to think about what could the state do, because generally these things are done at the local level, and so you're always trying to figure out what is it the state can do to be helpful and what's appropriate for the state to decree. I'll leave it to Paula, who understands the gray water rules. The plumbing code's been updated and all of that to make it possible. I don't know that it fits into Prop 1, and that's something I'd like to know. I've been unclear even on our state revolving loan funds for recycled water, whether that can be used for gray water, but I know people who will know the answer to that.
I don't think I can ever improve on an answer that Felicia gave, but I agree that the healthy soil is very important. Part of the work I do is on food policy, and it relates to that. I'm also on the National Organic Standards Board, so organics does support soil health. I think that is separate from the Prop 1 discussion, but a good one to have. So I would like to follow up with you on that, but also on gray water, because I have been working for the last year at looking at gray water and what its potential would be, and it's, it is a very good source of conservation, particularly in reducing outdoor irrigation needs, but potentially also in using it indoors for plumbing. One of the areas of focus we've had is on commercial buildings and multifamily, because there's a lot of gray water potential and conservation potential there, and it is much more complicated in individual residences because there's different plumbing requirements, there's different production of gray water, there's different, a lot of public health issues that come into play. But we've been working with what used to be the Drinking Water Division of Public Health and is now the State Water Resources Control Board on trying to reconcile or get more evenly consistent the guidelines around that. So that's in the works. There is not at the moment a fund to help support that production or that installation, but it's something that we do want to look at. So I would love to talk with you more.
Both good. Both important.
I know you're going to get tired of hearing from me, but you had a question about HUD. I just want to let you know that state, although they don't have jurisdiction over tribes on building standards, many tribes have adopted the state standards for building new homes. And I just want to let you know that some of those standards are changing. So you might want to take a closer look at that. And a lot of it has to do with the landscaping and what the conservation measures are being, made for those efforts. So you might want to take a look at that if you have adopted the state building codes.
Thank you. So for the person who did this comment card, I know we'll have someone to answer in more detail, but I wanted to get the policy portions, and that is, will there be rankings of tribal cultural needs about commercial interests that do not support local communities with food? Will there be enforcement to the aspects of groundwater waste? And there's reference to wells and ag, draining wells and the decrease of those wells. And does the Prop 1 process help rank importance of conservation during these dire times? Is there support for enforcement? You can see kind of the train of this. So it's really of what, the question's really about, one, is there rankings for tribal cultural needs above commercial interests? And what type of enforcement or ranking for conservation within Prop 1 do you see?
I don't actually understand that first question, so I can't respond to it. I don't understand about the ranking of tribal or cultural needs above commercial interests. I don't actually understand that. Okay. But with respect to conservation, there are certain provisions, aren't there, Gary, that say that you can't get funding under this if you don't have a compliant urban water management plan or even an ag water management plan, right? So Gary can talk about that when it comes to our urban conservation regulations, which are actually quite mild. If you're a community under 3,000, you can just limit watering to twice a day or cut by 25%, your choice. I suggest cutting watering to twice a week in that instance, which shouldn't be a problem for gardens and the other things. If it's a larger system, then there are much more complex requirements that are based on the amount of water used, and there is a lot of appetite for enforcement of that. Primarily that affects, though, large water systems over 3,000.
For the person who did the comment card, just because this might be something for an individual discussion, Felicia will be here during the reception in the afternoon.
I will.
I do recommend grabbing her and talking to her in detail. Did you want to add anything to that?
No, I think Felicia touched on it right. We have a number of requirements, and urban management plans are required for being eligible for a number of our grant programs, particularly the Integrated Regional Water Management grants.
And then I have a question in the room. Sarah?
Hi, I'm Sarah Ryan, the Environmental Director at Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians, and a couple of questions that's really part of kind of local situation over in the Clear Lake Basin. And one is, it's great that Prop 1 is going to be looking at larger picture issues of how to manage this water in a way that will hopefully be sustainable. But we've got issues of, creeks that have water rights, so diversions that are going on, legal diversions, but it doesn't appear that those numbers are ever totaled. It's on the honor system to submit your information. I know this is in Felicia's field, but it's on the honor system what kind of water the farmers are using, and it always seems to coincide with when the Clear Lake Hitch are spawning. And if there's no opportunity to actually look at kind of an on-the-ground situation where there's water water runs out before a fish can make it back to the lake, and that is a real life water storage issue going on, and a real life water usage and beneficial uses issue that's happening there, and so if it's happening there, it's probably happening in a lot of places where there are legal water uses that run contrary to other beneficial uses. And my first question is just what are the plans to actually address some of these? And it could be as simple as let's evaluate what all the water rights are in a particular basin and whether it's been over adjudicated, because I don't think that's happened in many places. The next thing is I've been to enough drought meetings where there's kind of visionary discussions going on about, things have been planted in the wrong place. There's rice being planted in places where it's pretty dry, or there's a lot of groundwater usage in areas where there's, not a lot of recharge happening. And, even with the Central Valley flood protection comments, it's like, all of those seasonal flood waters used to recharge those areas. And now it's being withheld and moved and stored and controlled in such a way that, it's a broken system, really, if you're talking about long-term sustainable, the health of an environment. And therefore the health of the people. So just wondering if there's an opportunity for more visionary, which is really a return to the past of how to look at water in a way that where it's more natural and not as controlled by storage. And I personally voted against Prop 1 because of those issues, because I thought this is going to be all about water storage and transfer. And it does seem to be that.
Yeah, I'll just do a quick, there's a lot in there that's less of Prop 1 than the whole system. So I'll just briefly, water rights and water standards and what we do. I think you're absolutely right that we haven't been able to get to every stream system, and it is, as I was saying, this is why I was saying earlier, it's a struggle. In theory, we do have the authority, and we do exercise it in many places. You can hear the screaming from folks on the other side in each of those processes too, but that's what we're there for. In terms of the state board, part of what we do is we do set the water quality objectives. Just as in the regional level, it would be the basin plan within a region, we do it in the Bay Delta because it spans multiple jurisdictions and always involves water rights. It's implemented through conditions on water rights, which limit the conditions under which water rights holders can take water out, or when they have to release water for flows from storage and other places. It's actually more complicated than I'm making it. And we do that under our federal and state authorities, primarily state authorities, and we also have the ability to implement public trust flows like we did at Mono Lake in the Audubon, after the Audubon decision. We didn't have it clearly authorized by a court until the Audubon decision in '82. But very time intensive, very litigious, very labor intensive, and so we've only been able to get to a fraction of the streams. The thing that's good about the water, I love the Water Action Plan, not because it's going to solve everything. That's going to be a long road, but because it's the first time I've seen an administration say, we want to do what you said, to get to ecosystem protection ahead of time, to balance all those beneficial uses in a more fair and collaborative way. And that's part of what my board gets to do a lot of, which is why I like this job. Our job is to, and we've talked about this a little in the beneficial use conversations we've been having, but our job is to maximize all beneficial uses of water, to try and find that sweet spot or that fairer spot. And it frequently does involve fish and wildlife flows, just because that's the one that has been shorted over the time that we've worked. But it is very laborious and it's very challenging. And the water rights system similarly is very complex, very challenging. And it's not that it's over adjudicated, it's under adjudicated. It is in some cases perhaps over allocated because folks have gotten them. It's not exactly an honor system because they are supposed to report every year if they're junior and every 3 years if they're senior, but it wasn't until 2009 that we got any good enforcement tools. And frankly, it wasn't until this drought that we got the ability to issue emergency information orders. So in this drought, we actually have the capacity to get more precise information to deal with that. But again, we're focusing on the Bay Delta at the moment, but we're starting to also move to other watersheds. Piece of that, I'm sorry to go on long, is in the Water Action Plan, which we, and as a kind of a down payment or a start, we and the Department of Fish and Wildlife have prioritized 5 stream areas. Mark West is one of them, that whole area, to actually do these public trust stream flows collectively. The Department of Fish and Wildlife has similar but different authority, and we're going to do it together. So we're hoping to start making good on that vision of figuring out how to actually honor our natural systems and all their benefits, not just in the abstract, but to people, frankly, who rely on the fish or who rely on either for sustenance, economic value, or really just the more personal or spiritual aspects of it, which are equally important, I think, to humans. And so we got a down payment there on and an intention to try and do it, but I would admit that we have a long way to go and our tools are inadequate. And maybe I'm I'm doing another water metaphor, glass half full person, which is, having watched this for decades, I've never seen the state step up to even try and do it. So I'm thrilled to try and get as much done as we can in the time that we have.
Just real quick, just to add, you kind of went through a broad aspect of challenges of water management, pretty complex. Another thing I'd add is that besides the action plan itself or the aspects of Prop 1, the groundwater legislation goes a lot further to strengthen some of the items that you described. And a couple of areas where they'll go is just the regional plans themselves or the groundwater management plans. A lot of it should address some of the issues discussed. There's also, in that effort, to work the surface water, groundwater, and how it affects streams and stuff as part of that effort. So again, it's just strengthening up a number of things that Felicia just highlighted.
All right, we have one last comment, and then we're going to go to lunch.
Paula Britton, Abemetal Pomo of Upper Lake. I'm the environmental director, and I was part of the California Water Plan Tribal Advisory Council. I just wanted to say that I appreciate everything that has been done here thus far. 4 years ago when we started, our dialogue with the state wasn't very good. There was a lot of griping going on from both sides. I think the term consultation, while I agree with Karuk and while I agree with Sherwood, we need some work on that. We need some work on what is consultation, and the state needs to understand what the tribes are thinking, and we need to understand what you're thinking. I know that from dealing with Anacita, Cynthia, Heather, Stephanie, all these people, how hard they've tried to further tribal efforts, and it's very, very difficult to get senior management, either tribal or state level to be involved in these things. So I think we need to have more discussions on what this consultation process really is and what it looks like, what the informational process is, and just continue this dialogue, because we all need to. You need to know our concerns, and I think tribes can be of a huge help with federal agencies, should we choose to. And I really think that having this dialogue is very, very important. No matter how it comes out sometimes, it's still tremendously important. So I want to thank you from both sides, tribes and otherwise.
Thank you, Paula. Reminder, most or all of these folks I think are going to be here this afternoon during our reception. That is a great opportunity to have some more individualized discussions, network, get to know each other, schedule that next consultation. We'll be coming back at 1:40. We went a little late just to get as many comments, so we'll come back after lunch at 1:40. Point of order, the cafe downstairs only takes cash, and you won't find that out till after you got your food. So they only take cash. There is an ATM, but there are a number of places nearby. In the back of the room, there's a list of restaurants nearby. Thank you, and we'll see you at 1:40. we're going to get started here with our afternoon panel. You can take your seats. Reminder, again, we're going to do the panels. We've asked our panelists to shorten so we have more time for discussion at the end of the day. And just a quick reminder, when we do go to questions, we're going to try and have the tribal leadership and designated representatives ask their questions first. And then we'll go to other questions. And as always, we have the comment cards. Any comment cards we didn't get to at the last session, we'll be addressing during our open discussion after this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Welcome back. It's my pleasure to introduce the afternoon panel. First, we have Helen Burse, Chief Wetlands Restoration Branch, California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Following that, we've got Amy Vieira, Deputy Director, Ocean Protection Council, Ocean Protection Council, it says that twice. Followed by Dave Gutierrez, Chief of the Division of Safety of Dams, Department of Water Resources, Tracy Billington, Chief Financial Assistance Branch, Department of Water Resources, and Paula Landis, Executive Officer, California Water Commission. The questions that were posed to the panelists are, oh, I forgot Leslie. You're probably on the next sheet. Okay, I should have looked. Leslie Loudon, Assistant Deputy Director, Division of Financial Assistance, State Water Board, my agency. Thank you, Leslie. My apologies. Sorry, I only looked this far and I didn't flip it. My apologies. Okay, the questions posed were, number one, what are the grant program and opportunities within your purview that are available to tribal governments? Number two, what are the timelines and schedules we should be aware of? Beyond what we can read in the handouts, is there anything you can share? Three, what do you see as tribal concerns and how is your agency considering those as you prepare your funding opportunities? So with that, I will turn to Helen.
Thank you, Geeta. Earlier this morning, Kevin Hunting, our Chief Deputy Director, mentioned that this was a new branch, and I just wanted to let you know about this new branch that is a combination of several grant programs that are available to you to apply for funding. There's the Ecosystem Restoration Program, which has been around for several years. It's a Prop 84 funded program. Then there's the Interagency Ecological Program, focusing mostly on the Delta. And then there's the Fisheries Restoration Grant Program that has been around for many years, focusing on coastal counties and fisheries restoration issues. So that has been pulled into this new branch, and we've added the Cap and Trade Program, which is the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Program, and the Proposition 1 grant programs. One of the things that I wanted to mention to you is that in your program, under useful information, and it's the last page right before notes, there's a bunch of contact information and some websites, and you'll find all this information on those websites. The monitor's not. Okay. So mentioned earlier this morning, the Proposition 1 provides funding to implement the 3 broad objectives of the California Water Action Plan. And that is cited in 79701E. And then for the Department of Fish and Wildlife, the actions that we're focusing on that are parallel to the California Water Action Plan are well, these 3 are examples: managing headwaters for multiple benefits, restore coastal watersheds, and enhance fish migration. And through the implementation of Proposition 1 and the California Water Action Plan, the state will be better able to adapt to current changes such as the drought and to future changes such as climate change. So you've also heard this morning that there's a focus on Chapter 6 for our funding. We have 2 grant programs mentioned in Proposition 1, Chapter 6, for a total of $372.5 million. The first grant program is focusing on watershed restoration for $285 million, and this will be statewide watershed protection and restoration outside of the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta.
Then we have a smaller pot that's called the Delta Water Quality and Ecosystem Restoration Grant Program for $87.5 million that will focus on water quality, ecosystem restoration, and fish protection facilities that benefit the Delta. And also in addition, Fish and Wildlife has the Wildlife Conservation Board, and they're receiving $200 million also from Chapter 6 for enhanced stream flow projects. I'm not sure if anybody from WCB is here in the audience, but they will be here tomorrow when we go into more detail on these specific projects, and they will be a source of information for their program. These two programs will be implemented over 10 years, and it is a competitive grant program. So for this particular fiscal year, 15-16, there will be about $31 million available for both the programs, a combined amount. Currently, we are developing a draft solicitation. We have gone through the guideline development process. The draft guidelines are on the Bond Accountability website, and we're hoping to have the draft solicitation out soon, and then within the next 2 weeks we'll have a public meeting so that we can gather information and input to help us perfect that solicitation, and we're hoping that that will be completed in July, and we'll be able to release a final solicitation in July with proposals due sometime in September. And I just want to offer that if there's any interest in holding a separate either roundtable or tribal consultation, we're very interested in doing something like that. The funds under these two programs that Fish and Wildlife will be administering, the funds are to be invested in projects that restore important species or habitats and contribute to achieving California Water Action Plan objectives. So there's multiple benefits. We're also looking for projects that have cost-effective outcomes, that utilize best available science, that are innovative, and work with willing landowners. And as I mentioned before, there's lots of anticipated priorities in our solicitation, but we want to go through the public meeting process to gather information on what would be the best priorities for us to focus on. But for right now, what we're working with are these 5 priorities: manage headwaters for multiple benefits, restore coastal wetlands, watersheds, enhance fish migration, and then adding restore mountain meadow habitat. Those 4 are part of the California Water Action Plan. They're mentioned in the California Water Action Plan. And then habitat restoration, conservation, and enhancement, which is mentioned in Proposition 1. And then, as I mentioned, more details on this will be available upon release of our draft solicitation, which we're hoping that you will be commenting on and providing us good input. So eligible entities. In Proposition 1, the eligible entities are public agencies, which does not include federal agencies. The definition of public agencies excludes federal agencies from that definition. And then other eligible entities are nonprofit organizations, public utilities, federally recognized Indian tribes, and state Indian tribes listed on the Native American Heritage Commission's California Tribal Consultation List, and mutual water companies. And also, we're encouraging the cooperation between all the different entities that are going to apply for programs, and we're also encouraging leveraging of funds. So just keep that in mind if you're interested in this particular program. Department of Fish and Wildlife will award a variety of grants, which may include planning, which is design for the implementation of projects, and that does include environmental review, and then also implementation grants, acquisition grants, and scientific studies monitoring and assessment grants. The last one, the scientific studies monitoring and assessment, is focused on the Delta Water Quality and Ecosystem Restoration Program. As I mentioned, we're looking to coordinate with other entities and leverage Proposition 1 funds. And as I mentioned, also the Wildlife Conservation Board has a grant program that we're working closely with them on leveraging the funds for specific projects. And I just wanted to mention that they just yesterday released their drafts, or their draft solicitation. So look on their website, the WCB website, for their draft solicitation. And if you're interested in commenting on that, the comments are due June 23rd. And also mentioned earlier today were the different conservancies that also receive funding through Chapter 6. There's $327.5 million that are going to be distributed and administered by the conservancies for multi-benefit water quality, water supply, and watershed protection and restoration projects. So I'm just going to list a few of the conservancies: Baldwin Hills, California Tahoe Conservancy, Coachella Valley Mountains Conservancy, San Diego River Conservancy, San Gabriel and Lower Los Angeles Rivers and Mountains Conservancy, San Joaquin River Conservancy, Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy, Sierra Nevada Conservancy, and the Sacramento San Joaquin Delta Conservancy. And I don't know how many of these folks are represented in this room, but I know that they would all be very interested to hear from you and would be interested in guiding you through the process. One in particular, I do know that is here today, Sierra Nevada Conservancy. Bob Kingman is here, and I'm sure he would be glad to lead you through his process and guidelines. So sort of in summary, we have $31 million available for both of our competitive grant programs in 15-16. The draft project solicitation and evaluation guidelines are posted on the Bond Accountability website. That is the guiding document that will lead to our solicitation, actual solicitation, which will have more specifics in it. We hope to have the final guidelines posted soon. And then we are planning to release the draft solicitation very, very soon. Public meeting will be sometime in the next couple of weeks. We hope to release the solicitation in July with proposals due in September. And again, if you're interested in a consultation or a roundtable meeting, we'd be very interested in holding something like that to help you. And then you can contact me, or here's some additional contact information if you need to get hold of us. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Amy Vieira, the Deputy Director of the Ocean Protection Council, and I wanted to thank the organizers for inviting me to participate and thank all of you for taking the time to be with us today. Since we're a relatively small organization, many of you may not have heard of us before. We are part of the Natural Resources Agency within the Office of Secretary John Laird, and our council was established in 2004 to improve the way that the state manages its ocean and coastal resources. And we try to do so in three ways. We foster coordination among state and federal agencies. We fund innovative projects, and we ask the council to take positions on matters of policy. Our council is composed of the Secretary for Natural Resources, which is also the permanent chair, the Secretary for Cal EPA, the chair of the State Lands Commission, 2 public members, and 2 ex officio members from the legislature. We feel very fortunate to be a part of Proposition 1, and Prop 1 allocates $30 million to the Ocean Protection Council, again, for a competitive grant program for multi-benefit water quality, water supply, and watershed protection and restoration projects. We released draft guidelines in mid-May. They're posted to our website as well as the Bond Accountability page website. And we're receiving public comment until August 21st. The Prop 1 guidelines will establish the general process, procedures, and criteria that the OPC will use to solicit applications, evaluate proposals, and award grants. These guidelines will identify the additional project requirements and evaluation processes applicable to Prop 1, and they may be updated periodically. We anticipate bringing a final version of our proposed guidelines to our council in late September. And at that point, we'll begin solicitation processes. We anticipate having roughly 2 to 3 per year, and so the first one will start roughly in late fall this year. We anticipate that the legislature is going to appropriate $10 million to us in the next fiscal year, and we've asked for an appropriation of equal size every other year. So that will be appropriated $10 million this coming fiscal year, then again $10 million in FY 17-18, and again $10 million in FY 19-20. So as you've heard today, within Chapter 6, there are 13 specific purposes which the OPC will be using to gauge applications. And all the grants funded by the OPC must achieve at least one of these Chapter 6 purposes. So in addition to Chapter 6 requirements, the OPC has also developed these key issue areas which we would like to direct Prop 1 funding. So first of all, marine managed areas. We want to improve the ability for marine managed areas to meet their statutory goals. Marine managed areas is a very broad term used in state law. It can mean both the marine protected areas designated under the Marine Life Protection Act, as well as areas of special biological significance, which the state board manages. Coastal and ocean water quality impacts. We're trying to reduce the amount of pollution going into waters of the state. Marine debris. We're trying to achieve a measurable reduction in marine debris affecting our coastal ecosystems. A big priority for us is fisheries management, and we want to support innovative marine and fisheries management. And then last but not least is climate change. With respect to sea level rise, we're trying to minimize the amount of risk that both our built and natural systems are going to encounter in future years. And then we also work quite a bit on the issue of ocean acidification and hypoxia. And we believe that reducing other types of stressors into the coastal environment will help us be able to manage our resources in the face of that change. So Prop 1 is, as you've heard, implementing the California Water Action Plan, and the OPC priorities are geared towards ocean and coastal issues. Therefore, any successful applicant will both have to demonstrate how it relates to the California Water Action Plan as well as these priorities that I've just laid out. As an entity who's charged with managing ocean and coastal resources, we're going to be prioritizing projects in counties that abut the coast or that can demonstrate measurable and direct benefits to the coastal zone. So this is an overview of the process that we are proposing to our council. The first step is for the applicant to complete a letter of intent template, which will be posted on our website. The reason we are proposing this route is we're very cognizant of the fact that applicants have limited amount of time to apply for all the different types of funding programs. And so we envision this letter of intent to be something where an applicant can spend, an afternoon filling out. And so that you can also receive early feedback on your proposal. The letter of intent will be screened against 9 criteria, which is listed in section 3.4 of our draft guidelines. These are the basic requirements of Prop 1. For example, is the applicant eligible to receive funding? And generally speaking, these are questions that can be answered with a yes/no response. But there's a couple of things that go beyond that. And again, that is, we're going to ask the applicant to demonstrate how the project fits in with the OPC priorities, which was on the last screen, as well as if the project is located in an area vulnerable to flooding, we're going to ask you to demonstrate how risk is reduced with that project. So any projects that do not meet the criteria in the screening process will be eliminated at that point, or we'll give the applicant feedback. So the second part of the process is then that those letters of intent are scored against a different set of criteria. Those are found in section 3.5 of our guidelines. And this goes more into evaluating the extent to which the grant meets both the California Water Action Plan, Prop 1, as well as OPC's priorities. There's a couple of opportunities to obtain bonus points, which I won't go into due to lack of time. But any of the letters of intent that meet a certain threshold score, the applicants will be invited to submit a full proposal. The full proposal will, of course, contain much more detail about the scope of work, the budget, the people who are involved in the project, and since by that point we've already determined that the project meets both Prop 1 and the OPC's priorities, at this point in the process we're really trying to gauge whether the project can be successful. So things like, do the applicants have the requisite experience to be able to carry out the project successfully? Does the project have community support? Things of that nature. The full proposals will be reviewed by both OPC staff as well as an external review committee. And then at that point, and they will be scored. At that point, then we would go to the council with a recommended set of projects. And based upon both the scores and the available funding, we would bring a set of projects to the council. The grantee would then work with staff to develop a grant agreement and go through the other administrative matters to execute a grant agreement. So getting back to the process again, on July 7th, we're holding a webinar exclusively for tribal representatives. And I believe outside this room, we have information about how to join that webinar. Each of the elected chairperson should have also received a letter from Kat Coleman, our executive director, in the mail with that information. Kat and myself are very happy to make ourselves available too for consultation should any tribe request that. We are also holding 3 public meetings as well, one in Sacramento, one in Los Angeles, and one in Eureka. So once the public comment ends on August 21st, we'll be revising the guidelines, and then we intend, again, to present these to our council in late September. And the first solicitation would take place in fall or winter 2015. So I want to thank you again for the time to present. And lastly, my colleague from the State Coastal Conservancy, Mary Small, maybe she can wave her hand, asked me to let you all know that the State Coastal Conservancy is here, and she has some information either with her or outside, and she's very happy to chat with you about their development of guidelines. Thank you.
There's a couple staff people here from different agencies. Their information's going to be on a back table outside.
I'm going to go ahead and get started when they try to find my presentation. If not, well, there it is. That's it. First of all, I'd like to thank you. My name is Dave Gutierrez. I'm with the Department of Water Resources, and I'm currently running our groundwater sustainability program. My colleague Tracy Billington will follow closely right after me. She'll be talking about grants in general among the department. We thought it might be helpful to talk a little bit about the Sustainable Groundwater Management Program. Since it's a new program and it's new legislation, I thought I'd start off with a little bit about that first. So why do we have a problem with groundwater? The problem with groundwater is associated with various aspects. Number one, in many parts of the state, the groundwater is dropping significantly, certainly during times of drought. As a result of that, in some cases, we have some of our wells actually drying up and not able to sustain the folks that depend on those wells. In other areas, in the coastal areas, we're taking too much groundwater out of the ground, which creates problems with the seawater intrusion into the land and causing some problems. In other areas, we have conditions known as subsidence. When you take too much water out of the ground, this is generally in the southern central part of the state, you have significant settlements on the orders of tens of feet, and in some cases a foot a year. This causes obviously infrastructure damage throughout the state. And then of course surface water and groundwater are completely integrated, and if you take too much water out of the ground next to a surface water situation, you're going to dry up streams and rivers. So these are called undesirable results. They're actually outlined in the legislation, and this is, I think, what we're going to try to avoid and correct in the future as a result of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. I'm only going to focus on groundwater, but we all know that surface water and groundwater are completely integrated, and any solutions that we have with groundwater are going to affect surface water and vice versa. So we're going to need surface water to help solve some of our groundwater issues, and some of our groundwater issues, of course, are causing problems with our surface water as well. When you look at the legislation, we have kind of three parts to it. The legislation itself is what we kind of consider our framework of the document. It pretty much outlines the issues. It outlines the issues. It also kind of gives some guidance of the direction that we're going to go in implementing this particular program. Then there's the locals' roles. The locals' roles are new roles that give powers to the locals to actually sustainably manage groundwater in the near future. And then there's states' roles, and we'll talk about each one of those a little bit. Before we do that, just to give a little bit of background, a few pieces of definition. First of all, let's talk about what an actual basin is. So I like to talk about a basin. Basically what it is think of a basin as a bowl. And over geologic times, over millions of years, this bowl got filled up with sediment, sands and gravels and silts. This is basically the Central Valley. And as time went on, then this is not only filled with sands and silts, it obviously contains water. That's what we consider basins in California. So now there's basins and subbasins. So when you think of a basin like the Central Valley of California, that's really one big basin, but it's too big to really manage effectively. And so this was broken up into subbasins. So there's basins, subbasins, and the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act is to deal with that sort of situation. It is not dealing with fractured rocks. As you go up to the Sierras, there's groundwater into the rock, and some folks take water out of that particular piece of land. This is not what that is. So what we're trying to deal with is what we call the alluvial basins and what I previously described. Another important concept is the priority of the basins. So there's high, medium, low, and very low priority basins. This was established by the Department of Water Resources many years ago. We will continue to update the priority of the basins. Some folks seem to understand that the priority of the basin is actually based on the condition of the basin. That's not really true. Really, the priority of the basin is based on the use or the importance of the basin. So if we use that basin a lot, it's going to be considered a high priority basin. If not, it's probably a low priority basin. So when you look at the 127 of the 515 priority basins out there, 127 are high and medium priority basins. That composes about 96% of the groundwater use in California. And it's important to note the high and medium priority basins because, again, this is really what the legislation's focused on. So the high and medium priority basins are going to have requirements as a result of this particular law. The low and very low priority basins, although can form groundwater sustainability agencies and take advantage of some of the uses of the law, they're not required by the law to come into compliance. But let's talk about a few more terms. Another important term that I think everybody wants to understand is it's called a Groundwater Sustainability Agency. The acronym GSA. You're going to hear that a lot in the near future. So the Groundwater Sustainability Agency is an agency actually that hasn't really been formed yet. These are going to be future public agencies, and they're public agencies that have something to do with water or land use. These groundwater sustainability agencies are going to form, they're going to form a group, and they're going to manage the future of that particular basin in the future. The Act gives them some additional powers in the near future. They're going to be able to collect information around their basin a little bit better. They're going to be able to require reports. They're going to manage extractions, and they're going to have the potential to assess fees. When you look at the state's role, it's kind of broken up into two pieces. There's the Departments of Water Resources role, and I'll describe that right now, and then there's the State Water Resources Control Board role. So when you talk about DWR's role, I really kind of think of it in two separate buckets. One is to actually write the rules of the game. Our job is actually to write two pieces of important regulations. Those regulations are going to be about basin boundary adjustments. So as I indicated, these basins around the state have already been identified. In some situations, they're identified by geologic units. That sometimes makes sense. In other cases, they're actually broken up as a result of jurisdictional boundaries. Now, in some cases, that may not make sense, and so there's going to be an opportunity to change up the basins a bit, and one of our jobs is to write regulations to how we're going to actually allow that. Another important regulation that we're going to write, and this is a key one, is what's going to be regulations around the groundwater sustainability plan. So in the future, these groundwater sustainability agencies are going to write a plan of how they're going to manage future basins. And so what we're going to be doing, in fact, we're doing it right now, is to develop regulations around what's actually going to be in that groundwater sustainability plan. After that, it's all about assistance. The Department of Water Resources to provide locals with technical assistance, planning assistance, and financial assistance. And then there's the backstop. So here's the State Water Resources Control Board and the whole thing. So as I mentioned, it's the locals that are going to run and manage groundwater in the future. However, if that doesn't happen, if the locals either step up or not able to develop an adequate plan, then the state board has the authority to jump in and actually take over a basin and begin to manage it. So how are we going to get there? So over the next course of the next couple of years, these groundwater sustainability agencies are going to be developing, they're going to be forming, they're going to be developing plans, and these plans are going to try to reach a sustainable management. And the whole key is they're going to be trying to avoid these undesirable results. Now we're going to get into the specifics of that as we develop the regulations around groundwater sustainability plans, and that's what we're actually doing right now. Now I think it's important to understand also the fact that we didn't get here overnight. This took us many, many decades to get to the situation where we're at with such significant low groundwater levels. And therefore, we should not be expected that we're going to be able to turn this overnight. This legislation was not designed that way. The legislation was designed to occur over years. So the first phase is we're trying to realign the governance structure right now. That's the development of the groundwater sustainability agencies. The next phase is actually writing the plans. The third phase is actually going to be implementing those plans, and then the fourth phase is actually be able to reach sustainable groundwater management. So consider this over several decades, not over several years. It's going to take a while to get us there. Communication and outreach is absolutely a critical component of what the Department of Water Resources is doing. Remember, this is a key principle is for this to be effective, it has to be run at the local level. Now the state's got to write the rules and the state has to provide the support, but it's the locals that are going to actually make this successful. And therefore, as DWR develops those rules and as we help, we have put together a very extensive outreach program. And the idea here is we will be the ones that actually have to make some tough decisions and make the rules of the game, but we want to at least do it with a common understanding of the issues. This is why we put together a variety of advisory panels, and you'll notice on the bottom, one advisory panel that I'm working with on a CETA to put together is actually a tribal advisory panel, which we're underway in trying to get that too. We also don't have a federal advisory panel, but we have several of the other advisory panels already in place. I'd invite you to look at our strategic plan. Our strategic plan is a very small document. It was actually designed that way. The idea was to outline what are the problems associated with groundwater, how did we get to where we are, and then a very, very high level framework for some of the actions the department's going to actually take in achieving sustainable groundwater and how we're going to actually run our part of the program. This is a graph to actually show how we're running through the regulations. As I indicated before, our first step is actually to try to understand the issues. Without solving the problem first, let's just get to a common understanding what the issues are. We've done that for the basin boundaries. We're going to just start that for the groundwater sustainability plans. The idea is to use that information to begin drafting some principles, use those drafts of those principles to then begin drafting regulations. Every step of the way, we're going to be working with different stakeholders to make sure that we're getting the input along the way, so that when we get to the end and we actually adopt the regulations, there will be no surprises. There should be a complete understanding of where we went and how we got there as we get to each piece of the puzzle. So some immediate actions that we're actually trying to take. We're developing regulations for the basin boundaries. We're just starting to actually draft those regulations. We have to reprioritize the basins in the near future. So what you saw right there with the high, medium, low, and very low priority, that's the first step. However, there is a potential to actually reprioritize those basins in the future. We have to identify which basins in the state of California are in the most hurt right now. Those are the basins that are considered critical conditions of overdraft. We're going to be identifying those very soon. The difference in the law is that those are required to have a groundwater sustainability plan in 2020 versus others in 2022. And then finally, we're actually starting the work on developing the groundwater sustainability plans. I won't read this, but there's some very key references associated with tribes. The first is the fact that the tribes, let me back up a little bit. I think one thing to pay attention to is the fact that when we look at these basins, remember, in some cases, certainly in the Central Valley, the water doesn't know that it's supposed to stop at a jurisdiction. It'll go right through it, right? It's underground. It doesn't know that there's a county line and it's supposed to stop. It doesn't know that there's a tribal boundary and that the water's supposed to stop. And therefore, coordination is a key to this. And I believe coordination between the tribes and the GSAs is as well going to be key. The legislation, although it doesn't require tribes to do that, on a voluntary basis, we would hope that the tribes work with the GSAs to actually develop conjunctive groundwater sustainability plans. In addition to that, for those that are not necessarily working with the groundwater sustainability agencies, the law actually requires stakeholder input. And that not only includes input of the various stakeholders, it actually in the law outlines the stakeholders and identifies tribes as a key stakeholder in working with the groundwater sustainability agencies. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tracy, who's going to talk more specific about the grants, not just the grants for the groundwater sustainability program, but the grants department-wide. So I look forward to talking to you after this presentation with some questions. Thank you.
Quick announcement while we're loading Tracy's PowerPoint. Yes, all of these PowerPoints will be made available to you. We will be sending out a link where they're posted. We got a lot of them last minute, so they will be made available to you.
All right, thank you. I'm going to do a quick overview of the Proposition 1 grant programs that DWR has. We have other grant programs that I won't cover today, but if you have questions about those, please feel free to catch me at one of the breaks or at the reception. And this is a quick summary of the 4 different chapters in Proposition 1 where DWR has funding. So we have under Chapter 7, IRWM, Integrated Regional Water Management funding, and then water conservation funding. We have some desalinization funding, and then some funding for groundwater planning, and the flood management chapter. I'll skip this very quickly when we get into the details, but we also have some funding from the flood management program, which is on a even longer time schedule than the other ones that I'm going to be talking about. So I'll skip that since Helen was nice enough to already cover that one. And these are definitions that apply to Proposition 1 in general, but I wanted to pull out a few items because I'll have references in the IRWM sections about disadvantaged communities, which is 80% of the median household income, statewide median household income, and that's the mark that has been used in Prop 50 and Prop 84 and Prop 1 for disadvantaged communities definition. There's severely disadvantaged communities, that is 60% of the median household income. And then a new definition in Proposition 1 is economically distressed areas. And these are for smaller municipalities, rural counties, or sections of a larger municipality that either have a financial hardship, have an unemployment rate 2% lower than the statewide average, or a low population density. And this is an important definition because there's a required 50% cost share, but if you're a disadvantaged community or an economically distressed area, you can have the cost share waived or reduced. So that's why I wanted to pull those out and let you be aware of those. And that's a definition that DWR is going to be working on, and we're working with the state board because it applies to some of their programs also. So for the IRWM program, I did want, actually, let me go back one slide. I wanted to clarify an earlier statement. At this point, we're not integrating the Prop 84 and the Prop 1 IRWM fundings. We're in the process of administering our final solicitation for Proposition 84. Applications are due August 7th, so we're wrapping Proposition 84 up and then moving into Proposition 1. And we also are doing our best to do improve our invoice processing. I know we've had some problems. We're always consistently trying to continuously improve our invoicing processing, and I repeatedly make it a priority with my staff to know that the important thing that they have to get done and a priority for them is to ensure that the invoices are processed in a timely manner so that we can reimburse people in a timely manner. So there are slight differences from Proposition 1 and Proposition 84 IRWM, and here's the kind of the purpose statements from the two bonds. And one of the big differences from Proposition 1 to Proposition 84 is there seems to be more of an emphasis on the water supply aspects of IRWM, where Proposition 84 also had made it clear that water quality and ecosystem protection were valued. That's not to say that we can't fund a water quality or ecosystem project, but you have to have a water supply aspect in Proposition 1. And we are also trying to, there weren't a lot of changes in Proposition 1 to the overall IRWM requirements, so a lot of the plan requirements will remain consistent. So there is a difference in Proposition 84 and Proposition 1 on how the funding was allocated. So we have regional allocations of how the funding is available. In Proposition 84, we had 11 funding areas. In Proposition 1, we have 12. We had more money in Proposition 84. We have less money in Proposition 1. So the types of projects we can fund, they're presented in Proposition 1 as an includes that, but not limited to. So we're not looking at this as a limiting statement. These are example projects, but we can fund other types of projects depending on the general IRWM requirements. So our general concepts for the IRWM program is we're going to have a limited planning grant program. We're going to have a disadvantaged community involvement program. We're going to have disadvantaged community projects, and we're going to have the implementation grants, which are the larger construction type grants. And for the disadvantaged community involvement, I'll get into this more detail tomorrow, but this talks about for the engagement and inclusion of disadvantaged communities in economically distressed areas in the IRWM planning efforts. And so that's where we're looking for input from people such as the tribal organizations on what would be means of involvement. Is it just facilitation and outreach, or is it things along the lines of needs assessment, technical assistance, project development? So we'll be having some discussions and trying to set up an advisory committee that will include tribal representation for when we're formulating the IRWM Prop 1 program specifics. So we're having our initial outreach, including this effort today and any additional consultations that people wish to request. We'll be more than happy to do that. And we have our Stakeholder Engagement Advisory Committee that we have sent out some invitation letters, and we'll hopefully get those meetings set up real quickly. We're hoping to have scoping meetings in August. Our timing here is in respect to our clientele's time on preparing their Proposition 84 applications. We're not having public meetings for the Prop 1 IRWM until after your applications are submitted. And we hope to have guidelines out by the end of the year. And our initial solicitations will be for the disadvantaged community involvement efforts and the planning grants. So we have water conservation and water use efficiency money, which is another program we have. And it's basically authorized in Proposition 1 for urban water and ag water management conservation efforts. So in the May revise, basically it identifies under the emergency drought response action section of the budget the 5 items here that the funding from Proposition 1 would be used to support, which is water efficient appliances, turf replacement, starting to set up a state revolving fund for water efficiency upgrades, some ag water use efficiency programs, and technical assistance. And Diana Brooke from our Office of Water Use Efficiency will be at the meeting tomorrow to provide more detail on that. We have desalinization funding, and I'll say even less about that. And it's basically for supporting construction of brackish water ocean desal. So we're setting up those programs. It would be mirrored along the lines of the Proposition 50 desalinization program that we had previously administered. And all of these projects do have a 50%, programs have a 50% cost share, which can be waived or reduced again for disadvantaged communities or economically distressed areas. For groundwater planning funding, and it's run by several different names, and we're trying to settle in on a good one, so we'll come up with something soon. And it's basically for developing and implementing groundwater plans and projects consistent with the groundwater planning requirements of the Water Code. And that section of the Water Code includes the sustainable groundwater management plans and the previous just the sustainable groundwater management plans, and then groundwater management plans. So the difference there is if you have a low or very low priority basin, you could possibly do a groundwater management plan as opposed to a sustainable groundwater management plan. And we hope to have scoping efforts out in August and post our guidelines in December. Depending on what comes out of the budget, we may have some indication that we need to move quicker on a portion of this funding. On our flood management program, the summary bullet previously said that there was $295 million available for actions in the Delta, and then there's $100 million available for statewide flood planning. And the department at this point hasn't requested any appropriations of these funds. We have a significant amount of Proposition 1E flood management funding that we need to get out the door first and focus on getting that program wrapped up before getting this program kicked off. So if you have concerns about the flood management program and we're not giving you much information, obviously we will be doing consultations in the future as those programs actually get developed. And that, yes, is the end of my presentation.
Good afternoon. I'm Paula Landis. I'm the Executive Officer of the California Water Commission. This morning you heard from Commissioner Daniels kind of an overall idea of what the Commission does and what we've been tasked to do at the moment. The Commission has a number of statutory responsibilities, including approving the Sustainable Groundwater Management Regulations. But with Prop 1, the Commission got a big task, and that is in Chapter 8, and that is to figure out how to distribute $2.7 billion for new storage in the state. That money goes exclusively to the public benefits part of any project, and 50% of that has to go to the ecosystem. There are areas that are defined as being public benefits, and this is benefits for all of Californians, not just the project proponents or the locals. And those are ecosystem improvements, water quality improvements, flood control, emergency response, and recreation. We are currently working on clearly defining those so that applicants will know when they have met that bar and that the benefits they're claiming are eligible. The types of projects that are funded by this program, which by the way is called the Water Storage Investment Program, is surface storage projects that were identified in the CalFed record of decision with and some exceptions. Groundwater contamination prevention or remediation projects, conjunctive use, reservoir reoperations, and local and regional storage projects. So some people erroneously think when they hear the word storage, they immediately go to surface storage. That is not the case. All of these items are eligible. It doesn't just have to be a new surface storage facility. But one thing that the projects do have to do is they have to demonstrate benefits to the Delta ecosystem and water quality. We have processes for getting input. Some of them, you've heard a little bit about the guidelines and things that are consistent across all of these programs in Proposition 1. But we are also have processes of our own, which include a stakeholder advisory committee. We have public outreach, and of course the commission, which meets monthly, is all open to the public. We are trying to, we are and we will write regulations to quantify what constitutes a benefit and how that will be measured. We are looking for projects that provide the greatest statewide benefit and multiple benefits and can leverage other public and private funds. Our regulations, we hope to have them done by the end of 2016, but no money can go out the door before December 15 of 2016. That's in the regulations. So we're in a little different time frame than some of these other programs you've heard about where they are already getting their will in the end of the summer, etc., be more on track to get the money out the door more quickly. We've held already 3 forum-style public meetings across the state and plan to hold 6 more before the end of the year. One of the other things that in the coordination end that was dictated to us in the proposition is that we have to work closely, and we are happy to do this, with the State Water Resources Control Board and the Department of Fish and Wildlife. They have a statutory responsibility in this effort as well, in that they are the ones who are going to set what the priorities will be for fish and wildlife in the case of Fish and Wildlife, and water quality in the case of the State Board. So when we're defining public benefits, those 2 agencies are the experts in those particular areas, and they are our resource for that. By this fall, we hope to have a draft of our regulations that will present to the Office of Administrative Law, which will be when we begin the formal rulemaking process, which has a lot of strict timelines and other things associated with it. As far as specifically in terms of the tribal community, you saw already several times what Proposition 1 says about who's eligible and that tribes are eligible. We have tribal members on our stakeholder advisory committee. We've also had tribal input and engagement in our public meetings. The entire effort that we are engaging in here is driven by stakeholder input, and we encourage you to be part of that process. Some of the ways that you could do that are attending the commission meetings, which, as I mentioned, are open to the public. They're held monthly. Every other month, they're held outside of Sacramento. And for example, our meeting next week, they're always on the third Wednesday of the month, is going to be in San Jose. Then we'll be back in Sacramento, etc. You can check the timing and locations of those meetings. You can participate in a working session or the Stakeholder Advisory Committee meeting, where we do have an opportunity for public input. You can send letters and emails. You can attend any of the 6 remaining public meetings, and you can help distribute the commission information. And as Commissioner Daniels mentioned this morning, she opened the door to having a more of a roundtable session with smaller groups. So that's where we are and what we have been tasked with. It's can seem daunting, but it's incredibly important, and I think in light of climate change and all of the other issues the state is dealing with relative to water, storage is going to be one of the major tools to help us in the future. I would like to say it will help us now, but these are not projects that are going to be implemented overnight. And I would want to emphasize the responsibility of the locals that are proposing projects and that will be grant applicants. Often I have seen and heard that some people and organizations think that the burden of getting these projects built falls on the state government. But in fact, we're only half of the piece, and the locals have to come forward. They have to have their feasibility studies, their environmental compliance. They have to have at least 75% of their local funding pulled together. They have some type of governance established. So unless that piece comes together, and that is incumbent upon the locals, we can't do our part. So that is one of the messages that we would like to share. And I have been asked at other public meetings, well, when will these projects be built? I'm trying to address that now and say, that depends on you guys. You guys need to get your house in order and bring it to us, and then we can help you get it built. So thank you.
How's everyone doing? You look tired. all this talk about money. Anyhow, we're in the home stretch here, and I'm going to go pretty quickly, a quick overview of the funding programs that the State Water Resources Control Board has, because tomorrow we're going to go into quite a bit more detail on each of these programs. But the State Water Board is going to be administering $2.1 billion from Prop 1 in 5 programs, 5 funding programs. And so it's really a big jump up in the amount of money that we have administered compared to in the past. So we're really gearing up for this challenge. And the drought bill actually appropriated some of the money to us. And so we've been really trying to accelerate the development of these programs and getting them going. The good news is that for 4 of these programs, we had existing funding programs. And so we were able to just use our existing program and get rolling and get the guidelines developed and move forward relatively quickly. The May revise is proposing to accelerate most of the rest of our Prop 1 money. So we have a huge challenge to develop these programs and get them out. So, but anyhow, I'm going to go through a real quick overview, and then I'll be around to take any questions you have. But I also just want to briefly touch on 2 other programs that we have that are new programs that are probably of interest to the tribes because they're eligible for those. So let's see where it is. The first program I want to talk about, is our small community wastewater program, and this is a long-standing program that we've had that provides grants and loans for projects that serve disadvantaged communities and severely disadvantaged communities for wastewater treatment plant
improvements and expansions. Prop 1 is giving us $260 million into our small community grant fund. The state board, we held workshops and developed our guidelines. The board actually adopted the guidelines on June 2nd of this year, and so we are actually taking applications. We're able to fund projects right now because of that appropriation we received in the drought bill. Our website is right there for information on the program. We have an application, an online application that's available through our financial assistance application submittal tool, our FAST system. And so we're continuously taking applications there, and so people can get on the FAST system and sign up. The other thing that Prop 1 did for us, which is really great, is providing us with resources to provide technical assistance to people. So we have technical assistance providers currently under contract to help applicants to develop their projects, to develop their proposals, to get their applications in. And so that resource is available now. We're going to be looking at how we can expand that and other needs that we may not be serving right now. We had a little roundtable group, and so we're actively soliciting information from people on what the needs are and how we can help and tailor that technical assistance program for people. Our next program is our water recycling funding program, and again, that's an existing program that we've had since the 90s. Prop 1 is giving us $625 million for both grants and loans for water recycling projects. Again, the May Revise essentially appropriated all of that money to us, so it's available to us. We will not be the roadblock for getting this money out. We've got the appropriation, the authority to do it. We can do both planning grants, construction grants, and loans. Again, we're putting it together with our Clean Water State Revolving Fund so that we can really make the most use of this Prop 1 money and put together packages for people that's part grant, part loan, to make sure that we can spread that money as far as we can and make sure that we can get those projects built. The board will consider adopting those guidelines on June 16th. And again, the application is open. We've been accepting applications because it is, quite a bit of a application to get through with the technical and financial and legal and environmental packages that you need to do in order to build these projects. But you can start applying and then work your way through the process. And again, it's a continuous application process. Another program, now that we have the drinking water program in with the State Water Board, Prop 1 is giving us $260 million for grants and loans for our drinking water program. And it's for public water system infrastructure improvement projects that serve disadvantaged communities. $260 million, again, from Prop 1. It establishes the limits on our grant of $5 million per project or a $20 million cap if it's a consolidation type project, a regional project. Our draft guidelines were posted in mid-May, and we're having workshops this month, June 22nd in Sacramento, June 25th in Fresno, and June 29th in Riverside to look at those guidelines. And again, we used a similar model as we did with our small community wastewater, is that we're coupling that program with our drinking water state revolving fund program so that we can put together a package to try to give part grant, part loan to make sure that we can fund the entire project and get those projects going. And again, we have technical assistance available in that program too. One of the other things I just wanted to mention with the drinking water program and our wastewater program is that the drought bill established within the Division of Financial Assistance the Office of Sustainable Water Solutions. And so we're really focused in that office on trying to develop the projects and solutions in both wastewater and drinking water for these small and disadvantaged communities. So we have staff dedicated to working with our applicants through that office and through our technical assistance providers to try to really get that assistance and get people kind of over that hump, because it can be a real challenge applying for these programs. So that's one of the things that I think we're really going to improve our process, as well as the online application system. Our next program we have is the Stormwater Grant Program, and Prop 1, it gives us $200 million for multi-benefit stormwater management projects. Even though we have a Prop 84 stormwater program, which we've already run, we need to take a step back because we had some legislation last last year, SB 985, that is requiring the development of stormwater resource management plans as a condition of being eligible for Prop 1. And the State Water Board needs to develop guidelines for what those plans contain. And our statutory deadline for that is July of 2016. But again, in order, because of the drought and trying to get this funding out to develop these projects and get them on the ground, we're trying to accelerate the guideline development, and our goal is to have those guidelines as well as the guidelines for the Prop 1 funding essentially completed by December. So we're just getting ready to roll out our program for doing our stakeholder, at least our scoping workshops for that program, and trying to meet that December guideline development deadline. Okay, now I want to talk about our groundwater funding programs. Prop 1, this is a brand new program for us. It provides $800 million for both grants and loans to prevent or clean up groundwater contamination of groundwater that either currently serves or has served as a drinking water source. We are just currently starting scoping. We've held 4 workshops just to start to gather information because this is a brand new program that we're developing. Everything's wide open. It's pretty broad as far as the types of projects and considerations we can get. So we're really developing our stakeholder process. You know, as we speak, there's a workshop going on in Orange County. And again, we're shooting for trying to accelerate that program and get our guidelines out by December so that we can start getting those grants out. Now, the other program that is not Prop 1, but I wanted to mention it because, again, it's a brand new funding program for us, and it came to us through SB 445, which establishes the site cleanup subaccount program. And the funding comes from the storage fee on petroleum fuel storage. And so we're expecting an annual appropriation for the next 10 years. Next year, we think we'll get, in the budget right now, is $19.5 million. And that program, the eligible projects in that program are those that identify the source of surface or groundwater contamination and then remediate the harm caused by that contamination. And eligible applicants are pretty much anyone. It could actually be an individual that has contaminated groundwater. So it's a very new program. The legislation gives us the 5 considerations that we have to look at, which is the threat to human health and the environment posed by the contamination, whether there's a small or disadvantaged community impact, the cost and benefit of the project, and then whether there are other funding sources available. So this is kind of our funding of last resort in some cases, but to go after some of those really small, individual wells that may be contaminated, things like that. So we're currently developing this program too, and we're trying to do it in conjunction with the Prop 1 groundwater program so that we can have people just submit one application for what your project is, give us your project, and we'll figure out which program we should fund you for. Because people, we find they'll submit the same application to 5 different programs, and we don't want people wasting their time doing that. Work with us. We'll get the application and we'll figure out which program you go in. So right now we have a pre-application that if people have groundwater contamination projects, we're going to ask them to go ahead. We're looking for what the universe is out there so that we can start figuring out what our guidelines should be for our Prop 1 program to make sure we have the coverage that people need. Then the last program I'm going to talk about is our cleanup and abatement account. The drought bill made some statutory changes to this program, and it changed the eligibility so you can see public agencies, tribal governments, not-for-profits, and community water systems that serve a disadvantaged community are eligible for this funding source. The projects are to address urgent drinking water needs. The State Board adopted guidelines for that program on May 19th. Because of the drought, these projects are exempt from contracting. And this program, the changes that it made to the program, sunset on July 2018. So hopefully the drought will be over by then, I guess is the thinking. But anyhow, the bill appropriated $15 million to the State Water Board for grants and direct expenditures for drought-related drinking water emergencies, and we have funded some tribal projects through our cleanup and abatement account before. The types of projects we've done vending machines, hauled water, bottled water, emergency interties, things like that. We need to encumber the funds this year. And then we also have an additional $4 million that is for contaminated drinking water sources. So I have a couple of fact sheets that are in the back. I put together one, Geet asked me to put together one that summarized everything that I've just said about Prop 1, so that's back there, all our timing. And then there's one about the emergency drinking water funding. So that is back there. And that is the end of my presentation, so thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I wanted to make sure the process we're going to do is similar to what we had earlier today. These folks will be up here for questions, and then we can also ask questions from earlier today. But before we move on to that, I wanted to make sure that we at least have an overview of some of the comments we received that we couldn't answer. We got some clarity on those. And then I also want you, food for thought, for consideration, is to focus discussions today on where the guidelines and programs can be responsive to tribal concerns. If you have nuts and bolts questions about some of these programs that you heard about, I would recommend maybe holding some of those for tomorrow, since we'll have more specific discussions on each of those components. And so the nuts and bolts might be better equipped for tomorrow. Not to say you can't ask them today, but just to think of where to maximize our time and get the right answers. Think more big scale program guidelines. And you heard both panels talk about, what they feel can be responsive to tribal concerns. We also want to hear from you, obviously. What are the tribal concerns that we haven't hit, and how can these be responsive? On that note, what we have heard thus far is that there's a difference between tribal engagement and tribal consultation. I think that point has been made very clear. This is the first process of a tribal engagement. And for some of you, you consider it consultation. For some of you, you do not. That is a determination for each tribe. Some tribes have their own consultation policies. But this is the first step. There needs to be more discussion. And I think that's something that everybody here agrees, is that we need to have continuous discussions on these programs and implementation. There was a question of whether tribes are being considered part of a public process. And the response we got, for the most part, is no. The tribes aren't being lumped into a public process for the state, but they are running tandem and parallel. So their tribes are welcome to join some of the public process discussions, but if tribes want a more specific tribal-only discussion with these agencies and groups, ask for it, and that's something that we'll work to accommodate. There was also a clarification with respect to the trust responsibility and government-to-government relationships. And it's just a reminder that the trust responsibility is, it's a federal trust responsibility. The state responsibilities are pursuant to the governor's executive order. So there's a different kind of relationship, and that's something that's still evolving. And this is one of the first big consultations, multi-agency, so we still, we're working out how to communicate, and that's something we will work on. That said, there was a new law that was referenced earlier, AB 52, that does require consultation, and that's something that might come down the line and something to keep your eye on, but it's different than Prop 1. It's very clear, heard loud and clear, tribes are not the public. When we're speaking about the planning process, we're talking about planning. We talk to public, we talk to the tribes, but tribes are not the public, but tribes obviously are encouraged to talk and participate in those discussions as well, to the extent that it's beneficial for the tribes, and helps in coordinating with some of those local agencies and other groups. So the other thing to remind everybody is there was a concern of tribes being involved in the policy making component. Tribes as governments want to be part of state water policy. What we've talked about today, and I think Mark Cohen mentioned it, we're talking about the foundational components that were brought. I'm sorry. I apologize. Thank you for the reminder. Mark Cohen mentioned that one of the things that we're presenting, our folks were presenting, was the Water Action Plan and Prop 1. And those are the policy decisions that came down through legislature, through the governor. And what these agency folks are trying to tell you is where they have those foundational components, think of them as the foundation of a house. You can't really move that, but you might be able to move the walls around. And that's where we're talking guidelines. And you'll notice in your book, I ripped mine apart, but your program on page 10 is the deadline for when those guidelines are coming down. Some of them have already come down.
But most of these guidelines, these opportunities to talk with the different agencies, commissions, groups that have been here, they're still in the process of developing those guidelines and how the grant funds are implemented. That's the opportunity, and that's why we're here, to let you know those guidelines are coming down, those guidelines are being discussed. This is an opportunity to say, where do we need to think about those guidelines to be responsive to tribal concerns? Is that a better speed? Okay. If ever I do that, just throw something at me or let me know. So those are some of the things that we've heard thus far. And obviously, if it's an important thing and you don't feel that I summarized it enough, bring it up again. But if it's something that we can build on, do so. And we did have actually a specific question that we've got in the room, and I'm going to take this back because I know it's a comment card.
Got a card here afterwards.
Thank you. My name is Michelle Hayward from Redding Rancheria Tribe. And the question was if we're part of the public process. So I got your answer, and I just want to make a response to that. Because you can sit there and say that we're not part of the public process, and we definitely are. Every one of these agencies, everything that you've seen in here has been part of the public process. And we get webinars for our tribes. You guys are doing public meetings. You're going to do 6 more by the end of the year. You're offering roundtable discussions, but you're not doing tribal consultation. And I know earlier you guys didn't want to talk about it. And I'm not going to take what you guys just said, how we're not part of the public process, for granted. That we are. We're not being treated as government-to-government relationships. You can say it's the federal responsibility. You do have executive orders from governor. And I know it is new, and it's very hard. And you guys say that we have to come to you to follow you to get grants for our people, when it's your responsibility to reach out to us. And this is the first one that I have known of as a tribal consultation. And I'm here because of that, and it's not. And every single one of your guys' presentations says tribal consultation, and everything else in it says public, public, public. So I just wanted to clarify that, because I do appreciate that you guys have finally stepped up and is trying to reach out to the tribes, but you have a long way to go. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you for clarifying that. We have a question here, and then I'll take a card. A response?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond. So again, I'm with the Ocean Protection Council within the Natural Resources Agency. So I obviously can't speak for any of my colleagues, but we are willing to come out and engage in tribal consultation. So we're happy to do so. We did reach out to, we sent a letter to all the tribal chairpersons. But again, we're ready to come out and meet with you. Just let us know that that's your desire.
So we didn't have the microphone. And just wave at me if I got this wrong, that this is tribal information sharing, and there needs to be in-person tribal consultation scheduled. Yeah, so similarly scheduled meetings, but similarly scheduled in advance, consultations in person with tribes, not just if you want it, we'll do it, but have it scheduled and planned in advance as it is with the public. Is that a good summary? Okay, we've got a question here, and then I know we have some here and over there. So, Gary?
Okay, the first thing I probably want to do, I want to apologize for the first couple of comments I did because I didn't introduce who I was or identify who I was. I'm Gary Hayward Slaughter Mulcahy, Winnemem Wintu Tribe, governmental liaison. Our tribe is on Mount McLeod River above Shasta Dam. This is for Department of Fish and Wildlife. Can you go back to their possible to his the first one's slides?
David Gutierrez's
Yeah,
slides?
the amount, yeah, David's, because the amount of money that they had, and I was a little confused. You had I think two pots of money. Was it 325 million and 84 million, somewhere in there? 285 million and 87.5 million, and you're only offering $31 million worth of funds that are to be applied for, that can be applied for projects. And a second thing I wanted to ask you on that to explain is, again, you laid out your goals dealing with, I think it was increased storage was the first one, or water reliability and all. I'm on the Stakeholder Advisory Committee representing disadvantaged communities for the Water Storage Investment Program, and Department of Fish and Wildlife and State Water Resources Control Board, the guidelines of what their priorities are supposed to be included in the grant application process and guideline selection process, and nowhere in those guidelines that are presented to the Stakeholder Advisory Committee was water storage part of Department of Fish and Wildlife's thing. It was fish restoration, and I think where I'm questioning this is because, again, I'm going to restate that the California water policy or action policy here is being too much associated with Proposition 1 funds, and that's not what California voters voted for. So my question is, why is it only $31 million? Why is fish passage, which is one of the things that you've been funded for, not part of your goals? Only fish passage as far as behind ribbon dams, and why are your goals so disassociated from what you've submitted to the Stakeholder Advisory Committee for the Water Storage Investment Program?
Okay, so the answer to the first question, why is it only $31 million? The 372 that you see on the screen up there is for the life of Prop 1, and we're spreading that over 10 years. So basically it's around $36 million a year, which means that the grant amount is about $31 million per year. So this is $31 million over 10 years. Does that help? Okay. Okay, and that is in our, it's in our solicitation. I think it's in the guidelines too. You were mentioning the Stakeholder Advisory Committee. I'm not aware of that. I will look into that. And also, oh, okay, you can cover that one.
What he's referring to is the California Water Commission Stakeholder Advisory Committee, of which he is a member. And this may be out of the purview of this audience here, but some clarification. I did mention that we are required to use priorities for the fish and wildlife portion, the ecosystem portion of our money, which is a lot of money. Half of our money is ecosystem. The priorities have to be set by California Fish and Wildlife. So Scott Cantrell came and presented your agency's priorities. And I think what he is questioning is why aren't some of the things that you're trying to achieve with your grant money part of the priorities that were presented to the Stakeholder Advisory Committee? And obviously I don't think that you're prepared to answer that. I think it's a good question. I think we probably need to go back to Scott with that and make sure that the priorities that we are going to look at for our program are inclusive.
Okay, and I'd be glad to go back and find out more about this and get back to you.
So we'll have that as an action item that you will go back
Yes.
and get a response that we can provide.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to actually do 2 comment cards per our process, and then we have a question over here. They're actually related, and they're specifically to whether Prop 1 legislation allows for tribal set-aside funds so that tribes don't need to compete against nonprofits and local agencies. And there's a similar question that asked, will there be considerations for funding equity for tribes? Typically, tribes are an afterthought with any grant funding. Perhaps is there an opportunity for a geographical equity within the state for funding? So
The general answer is no, there's no tribal set-asides. And I think the general answer to both of those items are no. And so as we're developing the processes and the guidelines, we should be looking at, should we look at those issues and or having priorities. And so that would be the input we would love to have during our guideline process development.
So
And I can assume the answer is yes.
So just for clarity, does that mean that it's something that can be, it's not in Prop 1, but it's something that there's flexibility, or is not flexibility in the guidelines?
I don't know. There is a certain level of discretion, but in general, the grant programs were identified to be competitive. So then the issues could be on various programs. Do we wish to have a set aside for tribal that is competitive within tribal organizations? But in general, there are no specific set-asides. The programs are competitive, and the discretion on how we administer the programs would be established in the guidelines, and that's why we need feedback and input on how the guidelines should be developed.
So it's a no, but not a hard no, and get back to her on these comments. Is that a pretty good assessment? And then we have a question here.
I'd like to apologize to you folks that are up there. This is a tribal consultation, and I'm sorry you're being told it's not, or we don't like this. We're the public. Yes, we are tribal governments, federally recognized tribal governments. This consultation has never occurred this depth with when you have a secretary from the agency coming. We've worked on this for years. I've worked with a lot of the state agencies. This has been coming for years and years to get to this point. So those that don't think it's a tribal consultation, leave. This is, and it's clear, it was always a tribal consultation. Now that doesn't mean there won't be more follow-up, but I think this agency has done more than any other agency. Caltrans is doing the same thing, Cal State Agency. It's taken years to get here, and I thank you folks for coming, putting up your whole day, going in depth to this small group when you've got the whole state to deal with. But this is a government-to-government consultation, and I thank you very much for your time for being here.
My name is Alberto Ramirez. I work for the Torres Martinez tribe. And I have a question. It's in regard of the sustainability agencies. Right now, what we have is integrated regional watershed management plans. And we're the tribe is facing a situation with the watershed on Coachella Valley and the watershed in Imperial. And they neglected to put on the frame on the assessment and the strategic actions the situation of the Salton Sea, both watersheds. My question is if the concept that was before, that the planning unit will be the watershed, is going to change now to basins, and then new plans are going to need to be developed that's going to be what the new concept of sustainability agencies are going to be doing, on the close future to develop sustainability programs, and how the sustainability agencies is only from the state, is they're going to substitute the water districts, is what is about?
First of all, I completely understand the confusion. I was confused myself when this was first started. So I think, first of all, the legislation decided to manage groundwater on a basin level. And the basins were previously defined in Bulletin 118 by the Department of Water Resources. So obviously, water basins underground and surface water and watersheds are related. I think that's a given, and I think everybody accepts that and everybody knows that. I think the difficult part, and the part that I think we're going to have to work towards, is how does the integrated water management approach and the groundwater sustainability approach merge or work towards a solution together in different aspects. I think it's important to understand from a groundwater sustainability agency, the difference being is it's a regulatory body. That's a big difference between the groundwater sustainability agency and the IRWM regions. We will see how this kind of folds out over the years, but I anticipate the way it will work, and in fact, we've had this discussion with others. This is a really good question, is how is this going to kind of work in the future? The way I would envision it is right now what we're dealing with is we're dealing with these groundwater and we're dealing with the basins associated with the groundwater. As I mentioned in my presentation, groundwater and surface water are completely and totally related. We all know that, we accept that. In the future, the groundwater solutions will integrate with the surface water solutions, which will hopefully feed into the integrated water management and the approach in the future. That's not been laid out right now. We've just been discussing about it. I certainly see the confusion because you see these groundwater sustainability agencies who are around basins, and then you've got watersheds, which are not necessarily in the same units. I think it'll still work, but I think we've got a long way to go to figure out how those things are going to integrate together to provide more surface water, groundwater solutions in the future and conjunctive use of water.
I know we have one person with a mic, but this is a comment card that's actually related, so we're going to do this one. And then take
I'll try to answer it.
I appreciate that. So the question is actually, how will DWR support tribal inclusion in the GSA governing bodies, given that the backstop is with the State Water Resources Control Board, and that's late in the process. And IRWM experience in some areas has shown that not all counties are open to including tribes, and there's concern that tribes could be excluded at the discretion of that GSA or local agency.
That's a really good question too, and I think it actually goes beyond just tribes. The Department of Water Resources is going to do whatever it takes to force coordination among groups. That's the only way this is going to be successful. So when you look at a basin and you look at the various organizations of a basin, there is complications. You have counties, you have multiple water agencies and water districts all involved in water, surface water and groundwater management. In some cases around the state, they work really, really well together. In other cases, they don't. And I think what we have to do, and we're going to provide incentives to do this, is to begin to get those groups to work together. Tribes also, I believe, we want to encourage tribes to work with the groundwater sustainability agencies as well. When you look at the law, it's not a requirement, and I don't think it could be a requirement of the state law to require tribes to develop groundwater sustainability agencies that are consistent with the groundwater sustainability groups that are out there. So it's not a requirement, but I think the department's going to do whatever it can to help that coordination kind of go along. And it kind of goes with what I said previously. Remember, that groundwater doesn't know that it's supposed to stop at these jurisdictional basins. And we have to figure out a way to coordinate that, and there needs to be consistency. So far what I've been talking about is actually interbasin. So within the basin, these groups have to work together. We also recognize, the Department of Water Resources recognize that this actually has to occur outside of the basin as well. So whatever your basin's doing is going to affect that downstream basin, and then the downstream basin below that, and then the downstream basin below that. So I think we're trying to figure a way to, how do we figure out a way to make sure those basins are actually coordinated, not just from a governance standpoint, but from a technical standpoint. If they don't even agree which way the water's going, we're in trouble. So we've got to figure out a way, and we're working on this, how do we make that coordination happen? To further answer the question, there are requirements in the law. There's requirements in the law that the groundwater sustainability agencies are actually required to go out and work with various stakeholders. It's actually outlined, tribal governments are actually outlined in the law. And so that's required. I think it's up to the Department of Water Resources to help facilitate that and force that to happen. So again, it's all going to be run by the local agencies, but we're going to do what we can to make sure that coordination happens, not only with the tribes, but actually with all the agencies that are working out that are trying to solve this. It's not going to be easy. There's a lot that has to happen, and it's going to take, I think, years to get there.
Dave Harvey with RCAC. Looking at this Chapter 5, it looks like it's particularly aimed at disadvantaged communities or Indian tribes, small rural communities. Chapter 7 talks about the IRWIMs, and I think DWR is handling that money. My question is there still going to be DACs get extra consideration or at least waive of the cost share in the other chapters, like Chapter 7, or is it just in Chapter 5 that they can apply and get the cost share waived?
It is in the other chapters also for the IRWM funding, the groundwater funding, and for the water conservation and desal funding. And it's the disadvantaged communities and the economically distressed areas.
Thank you. I have one more quick question. One of the stumbling blocks with working with small communities, and that's what our agency does, is getting historical data, which is required in most of these applications and pretty much in detail. But small rural communities and Indian tribes oftentimes don't have the records or the historical information to answer the questions in those applications. I would like to suggest that maybe the agencies consider if the data is not available or it's inaccurate, as much of the census data is with tribes, that they accept third-party concurrence from an organization like IHS that can verify that this is really the situation and it really is happening. That's all I want to say.
Okay, thank you for your input. And one of the things we're looking on the economically distressed area definition is to come up with a tool that is relatively easy and simple and not labor intensive to be able to make the conclusion on whether the area is economically distressed or not. And within that short definition, there's a lot of undefined terms. So we'll be wanting input on some of those definitions for things such as what is low population density or which counties are rural.
My name is Jason Camp. I'm a Tribal Historic Preservation Officer for United Auburn Indian Community. I don't doubt this is a consultation. I just think that there's not enough time to make it meaningful. But I understand. We're now informed, and later on we'll talk. With that being said, I know that Tracy said there was no monies for tribes. I was wondering if there's any money set aside or any kind of, agreements that can be in place for tribes to, for our resources and our, a lot of projects are going to come through a lot of this money, and maybe burials or stuff might be hit. And I just wondered if we can make agreements to, somehow get reimbursed.
And I didn't say there wasn't money available. I said there wasn't money set aside. So there's, there isn't a guarantee. But for example, on the IRWM disadvantaged community involvement funding, 10% of the $510 million is available for that. So there's $51 million for involvement, and for areas such as the North Coast funding area where we're working with the single IRWM, I'm hoping that we can have a process where we would work with the IRWM regions to say what are the general involvement needs for disadvantaged communities, economically distressed areas, and underrepresented communities such as tribal organizations. And I think we hopefully have an inclusive way of doing that.
Well, much appreciated if you did. Thank you. Well,
I'll stand up. Good afternoon. My name is Secretary Adam Geisler, Miyayoma the Tom Adam Geisler. I'm from the La Jolla Band of the Senio Indians in North County, San Diego. And what I I'm hoping, David, you can elaborate a little bit more on are these GSAs, because I think it really is going to be a sticking point for the way tribes are going to have to interact. And I think that since La Jolla appreciates the consultation that's been going on today and your time and the leadership that's come to meet with the leaders that are here today. But I really want to understand how you're going to be viewing tribal GSAs and their authorities in relationship to water settlement documents and so on and so forth, as we have the ability to regulate some of our own areas. And I think that the other thing in terms of the way you're going to roll these dollars out, since we are having a conversation about this, is that there needs to be a carrot sitting out there for local communities that don't necessarily get along with the tribes to start having a more meaningful dialogue and bring them to the table, such as maybe giving them or the projects that they're looking to do more preference when they have tribal inclusion or tribal benefit as a result. Priority should be going to partnerships and good partnerships.
Okay, so first of all, I look actually for your input to help us to figure out how to engage the tribes in the GSAs. I have some ideas, and it kind of goes back to, I think, what you had indicated. The tribes have some lands that are sometimes within a basin, and what I want, or what we would like to kind of drive, is consistency among a plan. And so what I would hope to avoid is the tribal lands have one plan for dealing with sustainability, and it's not necessarily consistent within the rest of the basin. So how can we make sure those things are consistent? And I think the way the department would like to do that is incentivize what we can in terms of the regulations that we develop, as well as the financial incentives that we give out. So I fully anticipate that there will be incentives to tribes to actually develop the groundwater sustainability plans associated with some of their lands. And that would be the carrot, and what I would also want with that is some consistency, that they work together. So these are ideas that we have. I would look very forward to actually working with the tribes to actually figure out how do we do that? How can we make that happen? Now that's actually, those kind of answers are for the tribal lands. There's areas where I know not just tribes, others are actually downstream of basins. Now how do we engage stakeholders and ensure stakeholders or tribes get influence on those GSAs? And I think that's part of the coordination and the requirements that we're going to have in the Groundwater Sustainability Plan regs, which are not yet written. So we're going out looking for outreach right now to figure out how to do that. And I'd love to actually discuss this with you all and get some input on that. The timing is actually very good right now.
More people in the queue, we're going to get the ones.
Anne Marie Sayers, Tribal Chairperson, Indian Canyon Nations and Ohlone Territory, not federally recognized, land-based. Is there any one person that we could call, that we could talk to, that can share what our needs are, that can direct us to what division that we need to talk to?
Anacita, do you want to take that question?
Thank you, Chairwoman. Yes, in the program, we've listed all the participating agencies. We've listed the agencies who have tribal liaisons as a first point of contact. We've listed the website. Any individual who's spoken today is happy to take that direct call. It's not a pecking order of start with a liaison first or not.
I can have that in writing?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
It's in your hand, in fact, in that program. And depending on your question, one of the main goals today is to get an idea and to be introduced government to government, who are our leadership on the executive level and who you can. I mean, I am certain Secretary Laird would not return a phone call.
You know, I think you've done an incredible job.
But we're happy to do that. If there's a particular area, I'll speak to you afterwards.
No, you've done an amazing job. And I might add, Leslie Loudon, your talk was so incredible. It actually made sense to me. And you gave direction, and you have people there willing and waiting to help us. I cannot thank you enough. Thank you, thank you.
We have a question in the back room.
Hi, I'm Morningstar Gali, Tribal Historic Preservation Officer for Pit River Tribe. Just wanted to state on record that Pit River Tribe does not consider this a formal consultation, that meaningful consultation does not include being talked to for the entire day, 2 days, and there wasn't travel support provided for our leadership, our tribal leadership to be here. And so when we're talking about effective and meaningful consultation, I think that that's just kind of a given, is providing that support. I see a number of other cultural resource staff and TIPOs for other tribes here, and I think it's really important to be here and provide that input. But I think that, having Secretary Laird here to actually hear these questions and concerns from tribal staff and leadership is important. If you want us to come to the table, sit here for 2 days, make that commitment also to be here. So thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a comment, not necessarily a general comment, that what we tried to do, one of the main goals was to provide a very high-level overview for tribes. And a high-level overview required our executive leadership to meet with your executive leadership. And if the term consultation is offensive or government to government, I don't want to look and leave the end of the day with that. Because as you can see, the state of California has a big program here, Prop 1. How are we going to get this information to the tribes without starting at the top? And that's what we've done here. So the purpose of today is to give you this information as much as we could. The other information here is that as tribal leaders, as chairs, as council members, you need to hear this not only with your program managers, but you need to hear this so that you can determine where to put your tribal resources, which agencies are going to benefit you, which programs, which planning meetings, which public meetings may work for you in your local area, and make your determination because of limited resources that was mentioned. The state of California will not pay for tribal consultation per diem and honorariums. However, working under tribal engagement under Prop 1, every planning guideline is creating, as best as they can, a stakeholder advisory committee or planning committees. Under those planning guidelines, the programs are doing their best to have honorariums, per diems, lodging required for that advisory capacity. That is unique. It's happening for the first time. It's happening with the California Water Commission. It's happening with IRWM on the stakeholder advisory group. So we are hearing that. We're making those steps to get that done. Unfortunately, a lot of it is just happening now. So, bear with the state. We're going to do our best as we can. You've heard the commitment from all the executives. You heard the commitments of the grant managers who are going to be looking at screening your applications. You've heard from their bosses who are saying this is important to us. And we wanted to make sure, as tribal government leaders, you heard it directly from them. So I wanted to say thank you for that. Yeah.
I can only take the 3 more questions that I have lined up. I know there's a couple hands that came up, but we do need to get those. So one's from a card. Groundwater, question mark. Will you be placing meters on the Indian Health Services wells and charge federal recognized and non-federally recognized tribes and members? Everyone got it? No.
Yeah, there was your answer. To me, yeah, I don't know how I could add to that answer. The groundwater sustainability, even outside of tribes, it's the groundwater sustainability agencies who will determine not tribes, but even their own citizens of how or what or if they're going to charge for pumping, et cetera. So all that's to be determined, and that's actually outside of tribes. That's a different, more of a legal issue that I'll try to avoid. But that's why I'm trying to say I think it's the tribes that are going to help figure out their lands. And what I would hope is they can somehow figure out how to coordinate that. Now, are the tribes going to charge their own folks? Well, that's none of my business, and they're going to have to figure that out themselves to pay for the to pay for the program within the tribal lands.
Steve Archer, Buena Vista, also from Big Valley.
Some time ago, I worked for the feds in the grant and aid programs. We had a concept called cooperation of effort. And I have asked on the IRWM as an example that when you receive grant and aid applications from different communities, it would contribute to consultation if there was a page in the application process that required those communities submitting them to indicate if there is a tribal entity in the area to be served by that particular project, and if that tribe has been involved in the planning of that project. And if the tribe chooses to submit a letter exempting themselves from it in the case that they may want to pursue their own independent application, then it would say so and there would be a letter giving that. I think the idea of assured mutual cooperation of effort would go a great deal to enhance some of this consultation at the local level when you're receiving applications from communities to make sure that the tribes.
Thank you. I want to go just, I guess I'm the last, I'm the last question of the day. So what I'd like to ask, and it's probably going to go back to Dave, Groundwater Sustainability Management Act. There was a meeting last month at San Pasqual Indian Reservation in Southern California. I'm hearing a lot of similar questions today that we heard last month. And I think, at least, I work for the Morongo Band of Mission Indians in Southern California. So one of our major concerns under the act is that the tribes cannot act as a GSA under the existing legislation. We would have hoped that they would have had the option to be the GSA because our situation is maybe not so unique, but within our reservation, which is 36,000 acres, we overlie 65% of what we call the Cabazon Basin. It's a sub-basin of the San Gorgonio. Moreover, we're the largest producer. We have obviously the largest land base. However, we cannot be that regulatory agency. We have to rely on a local/public agency to be the GSA, and I think that's where we have the heartburn. As you stated earlier, the GSA is going to be ultimately the regulatory agency, which we recognize that. And we also recognize that and appreciate the opportunity that the tribes are allowed to come to the table under the GSP, or the Groundwater Sustainability Plan. But we believe the shortfall is that the tribes cannot be the GSA. And in our case, it would only make sense that we were the GSA. We're the largest overlier. We produce the largest amount of water, so we have to rely on a small special district that is hanging on by a thread financially to be the GSA, and we're not willing to put all of our eggs in that basket. So I think that was a shortfall. But again, we appreciate the opportunity for the tribes to be part of the process. Don't get me wrong, but that's one of our biggest concerns. And so I brought the Groundwater Sustainability Management Act to our council about 2 weeks ago, and based on the existing legislation, we believe that we're not going to take part in that we will do our own groundwater management plan, and that the GSA will have to then recognize that, because we feel that's the only way that we can protect our resources and be part of the process. So I'm not so sure that that's fixed by DWR. I may have misunderstood your comments earlier, but the way it stands today, we're stuck, and we're in a tight spot with that.
Maybe we should talk a little bit offline. I think there's a lot of legal kind of questions that we'd have to kind of go through and try to figure out what can or cannot be done. And then I think there's 2 points of view you can kind of look at that legislation. One would be the point of view I think you had indicated. Another point of view is the legislation cannot require the tribes to participate. And that's actually the point of view that I have on it. And this state law does not have the authority to tell the tribe what to do or how to do it. And as a result of that, what we have to do is we have to kind of figure out a common governance structure. I think the law recommends JPAs, et cetera. Whether that's a definition of the Groundwater Sustainability Agency or not, I'm not sure we need to get wrapped up in that. So maybe we can kind of talk through it and figure out, more importantly than whether you're a Groundwater Sustainability Agency or not, do you have a plan that's consistent within the basin? I think that's more of an important question that probably we should have, and we should talk through it and figure out how do we get there? How do we make that happen? So there are some legal questions that I've asked some of those same questions, but they're legal questions. I'd like to just get over that and get through and maybe just figure out what the plans and how they actually relate. And maybe we can, I look actually forward for your all input. And I'm trying to get that advisory panel. That would be a perfect opportunity to talk to some of these things on this kind of issue. We could incorporate some of these in the Groundwater Sustainability Plan regulations as well.
On the note of talking further in detail, I'm going to hand it over to Geeta, who is going to talk about our reception afterwards. I know there are folks who did not have an opportunity to ask their questions. I'm hoping you can ask those questions tomorrow or grab one of these folks individually. And so my apologies that we did run out of time, but we do have the reception. And also your comment cards, we will make sure those go through all the speakers as well. And there's extras if you already used them.
Yes, thank you, Stephanie. I'd like to thank our panel for their excellent presentations. Thank you all for your attention today, for bearing with us. A lot of information, beginning of a conversation. There'll be more tomorrow, drilling down into the details of all these dollars and opportunities. I invite you to join us in the lobby just outside the doors here for a reception. I know Felicia said she'd come back down. One of our other board members is here. Other folks will be there to talk to one-on-one. So thank you very much. You have to